Please ask them to proceed here at the atrium. We'll be starting in 1 minute. So there's still some chairs in front, or we have the steps if you guys want to stay on the steps. All right. So good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. It's really great to see everyone here on campus. My name is Nicholas Reyes. I'm one of the project manager helping out with some of the events here at the college. And so welcome to Toronto, welcome to Canada. It's just really amazing to see people's faces because the last 2 years we've been doing a lot of virtual. As you know, this workshops for the whole day is live on YouTube, but if you're already in Canada, it's nice to be on campus, you know, so you get to see the campus, meet some student ambassadors, and attend the sessions in person. So for today, we have two parts. So we have the morning sessions and then the afternoon. So at the morning session, we have Canadian culture, immigration, co-op and career services / employment in Canada if you're interested to work on campus or even off campus. And followed by, you'll be meeting our director around 11 o'clock. He'll be saying a few words. And also, just before the break, we have student services, you know. And then at 12 noon, we have a quick break behind the atrium. There's a cafeteria there, so there's some snacks for you guys from 12 to 12:45. But at 12:45, we have the Meet Your Program coordinators. So you guys will be going into breakout rooms around this building. So some will be on the second floor, some will be around the first floor, but we will put the room number and specific to your program. So you just have to look at the projectors later during lunch break so you know where to find your classrooms. If you don't know, just ask our student ambassadors. And then in the afternoon, after the program coordinators, we have more sessions, student success, academic integrity, Guard Me health insurance. As you know, every international student needs a health insurance. If you guys have any questions about that, they'll be presenting here today. And followed by student safety and housing and accommodation. So also, if you're still looking for an apartment or a shared room, let us know. Some of our volunteers have some leads because some students are still looking for some spots. Let us know, okay? And one tip I always tell students is ask the volunteers for anything. Like, you know, they've been here for more semesters, so if like some tips about the campus or even outside. And finally, we also have some companies today. They'll be here all week. Freedom Mobile, Mattress Matters, WDNA, Plus Communications, TD, Rogers, BMO, they'll be setting up later on, and some academic clubs. So if you're interested with some deals or even some part-time jobs, you know, one thing that I always tell students is don't start to build your Canadian experience and your professional network when you graduate. As early as day one, go out there, try to meet more people, try to build contacts in your industry. Because as you know, as any international student, we have connections back home. But once you're in Canada, it's a good fresh start. You know, you want to go out there and volunteer. If you can't find a job yet, volunteer in different companies, groups, associations. That's one way to really find that lead for you, you know. Don't wait until you graduate. 2 years will be very quick, okay? Anyway, thank you so much. To jumpstart our morning sessions, I would like to call on our academic manager here at Lambton College in Toronto, Ms. Shauna Sheldon. Let's welcome Ms. Shauna.
Thank you, Nicholas. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to everyone from home as well. I think Nicholas may have mentioned, we're also streaming this via YouTube as well, so we're a much larger group than we have here today, but this is fantastic to see so many of you come out this morning. Welcome to Canada, welcome to Lambton College, and Happy New Year. So my name is Shauna. I head up the Quality Assurance Department at the college, so that's quality across the board. So really my ultimate goal is to make sure that we are fulfilling our promise to students. So we have promised to give you an education, to get you prepared for work here in Canada, and so that's my primary function. But that means, you know, academic involvement in academics, involvement in student services, just making sure that you get all of the supports and the tools that you need for success. And I have a number of my team members here with us today. You're going to hear from one of them in just a minute. But I would like to start our session off today with a land acknowledgement. So today we begin our coming together with a statement for us to reflect on the unique connections and relationships that Indigenous persons and their ancestors have had with this land for thousands of years. The land that we are on today is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 and the Williams Treaties. At this time, we would also like to recognize and support the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action. And we invite everyone to take a moment to reflect on how we can all continue to support the process of reconciliation. Now I'll turn things over to my colleague, Mark Gonzalez, to kick things off today with our Canadian Culture session.
Thank you very much, Shauna. And hi, everybody. Good morning. It is a lovely January 3rd, very, very warm day. I mean, if you know, all things considered, it'll get worse. So this is a nice weather day. So thanks, everyone, for coming. By the way, it's really early, so I appreciate you all sitting here and being here with me, because I have to be here, so I'm glad you're here, too. My name is Mark Gonzalez. I'm the Academic Integrity Officer of the college, but you're going to see me in two different capacities today. One is Canadian culture. This is our first session today. And then an even cooler session later about academic integrity in the afternoon. So, you know, if you enjoy this one about Canadians and us doing stuff, you'll also love academic integrity and all the stuff we do there. So, yeah. Anyways, welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for coming. So today we are going to be talking about culture. Canadian culture, and I hope that I consider myself a bit of an expert, considering that I've been in Canada for a while. In fact, there's a hospital just down the street. That's where I was born, so you know I know the neighborhood a little bit, and I've been here for a while. So yeah, I hope that I can tell you a little bit about culture and what we mean by that. And the important thing that you get out of this session is how you interact with us and what you might see in Canada and how we behave and, you know, what we do on a daily basis. So in many cases, when we think of Canadians and you've just, you know, arrived in the country, you want to pick up maybe a souvenir for your family, you're going to come across a bunch of different stuff. You're going to come across like all kinds of things here. Like some of these things you'll see in a gift shop. You'll see beaver stuff, maple syrup, you know, there's a moose up here, this happy character here. Oh no, that's an elk, it says elk. I don't know, I thought that was a moose, but whatever. And bears, yeah, bears, skating, we love skating. Montreal, Quebec, these are, you know, very famous areas in Canada. But I mean, when you think about it, does this stuff help you in a daily situation with a Canadian person? Probably not. You know, like if you know what a beaver is, that doesn't help you in a conversation very much. You know, you could do better in your conversation. So what I hope to give you today is showing you a bit more beyond this stuff. We're going to try to break through some of these stereotypes, and we're going to try to, you know, get to a normal everyday interaction and how to make those go smoothly. Okay, what to expect from us, and you know, what we kind of expect from you as well. Okay, so like I said before, let's bust through some of these stereotypes and what's going on here. Okay, yeah, this is some guy punching through a windshield. That's not really a windshield. That's not glass. Fun fact: if you ever, you know, are driving around and there was a really bad rain that froze overnight or something, you pull your window down, this will happen. That ice is going to stay there, and you can actually just kind of crack through it. But it's kind of funny that that actually occurs, so be aware that that's possible. They're also reaching for a Tim Hortons cup. Any fans of Tim Hortons yet? Have you been to a Tim Hortons? Yeah, oh, wow. Tim Hortons fan in the front. Yeah, there's Tim Hortons. This is everywhere. If you turn your neck, there's probably going to be a Tim Hortons very close by. In fact, there's one in our other building, the 265 building. On that building, there is a Tim Hortons there, so they're very accessible. I encourage you to have some coffee or donuts if you've never had them before. Okay, good place to socialize as well. So, okay, let's give you a situation that you might encounter in real life on the campus, okay? So let's say you're walking down the hallway, you've just left an awesome class, or maybe an awesome session on Canadian culture, you're like, wow, that was amazing, I can't believe that was so cool, and then you're not really paying attention, boom, you've bumped into a teacher. Teacher's holding a bunch of papers, all the papers fall on the floor. Completely your fault, you didn't pay attention to where you were walking. Of course you're gonna say sorry, okay, you'll apologize for what just happened, but the next thing that's gonna happen in 99 out of 100 times, the teacher will also apologize to you. They'll say, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, because we love that word. That's our favorite word in the world. Okay, sorry, maybe please, and also thank you are in the top 3 general phrases we enjoy, okay? So apologizing is great. I know a person who will start most phone calls with sorry. Sorry, hi, I'd like to make an appointment. You know, that's just how they begin, right? So that just happens. It's just how we behave. So in many ways, we are a bit polite, sometimes to a fault, but, you know, that's just what you might encounter on a daily basis, okay? So a few things to consider when you run into us. Generally, we like these things that you might see up here, okay? So we are very polite, like I said. We like our manners. We like our rules. We also are very diverse. I am very different than you all. You are very different than me, and that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. That is true for most of Canada. So the difference is kind of what makes us, you know, the same, and that diversity is very nice. We do enjoy that here, okay? So egalitarian as well, in the sense that if you don't know what that word means, we like equal rights. We like that everyone is the same, and no one is better than the other person for various reasons. So we all hopefully are being treated as equally as possible, okay? And we're very tolerant of cultural differences, and we are famous for being humble as well. A lot of people consider Canadians as quite humble. I don't, but I mean, you know, generally we like to think that we are. So those are just a few things to consider that you might see in Canadians. But how do we behave? How do we speak? How do we look when we're talking? Body language, very, very, very important, okay? So when we consider body language and personal space as well, the way that you are speaking has a lot to do with how people behave towards you during the conversation, okay? If I were to cross my arms the whole way through of a conversation, and I can see that there are some crossed arms now. Don't feel bad that you're crossing your arms. It's not a big deal. But if you're having a conversation with someone and you're crossing your arms the whole time, you feel you're not being very open. You might give off the feeling that you don't want to be there. You don't want to have the conversation. You're nervous. You might be scared. You might be angry. But that body language shows based on how you're standing. Similarly, if you are talking and your hands are in your pockets the whole time, a lot of people consider this rude as well, okay? My parents especially. So if you ever talk to my mom and dad, they will not talk to you until you take your hands out of your pockets, and that happened to me when I was a kid. I could not continue a conversation until I took those out. And then maintain eye contact. Eye contact is good. If I'm looking at you during a presentation, that is good. If I'm having a conversation with you, I'd like to speak with you eye to eye as well. But I don't want to look away. I don't want to look down, okay? I don't want to look over here. I don't want to hide behind this thing because it makes you feel maybe like I don't want to be there, I don't want to have the conversation, all kinds of situations like that. So consider that as well. Personal space is another thing. We like distance between the person we're talking to. It's not that we don't like you or that you smell or none of that. It's just that we like that space. Consider, for example, if you're very close to a person, so close that you can comfortably give them a hug without really moving, that's too close. Right? They might step back just because, you know, they never really think about it. They just kind of walk backward to keep that space between you and them, okay? It's not a big deal, but that's just how you might have a good conversation with a person, okay? All right, so just a few things in summary. How you can behave during a very normal conversation. Firm handshakes, if you still do those things. Handshakes are kind of, well, they were going out because of COVID, because you don't want to really touch very much. But a firm handshake is what you want to do if you want a handshake. Direct eye contact is good. Not too much. Don't forget to blink. And, you don't have to, lock your eyes with the person. Smiling is good. Addressing others by their first names. Your teachers will often say, call me by my first name. I was a teacher here. I always taught, and my name was Mark. My name was not Mr. Gonzalez. My name was not Dr. So-and-so. I'm not a doctor anyways, but if I were, I wouldn't say that. And, first name is basis is fine for most people. Check with your instructor, but I'm very confident they'll be okay with the first names. You want to end the physical contact once you've done your handshake. Handshake is great, fantastic, you did a great job. Handshake done, no more touching. You don't need to touch anymore, okay? And then, like I said, be careful of the personal space, okay? So a few things to note because COVID exists and that's a thing. It's not really gone yet. Consider the benefits of a mask, okay? Those of you that are wearing masks in the audience, congratulations, good job. If you're not, that's, okay, but it's recommended to wear a mask if you'd like, okay? Vaccinations as well recommended, and keeping physical distance important for reducing the spread of COVID. Okay? Okay, so let me give you another situation. This one's great. This is probably based on a true story, I think. You're driving. You've got a license. You're driving in Canada. Congratulations, by the way. And you get to a red light. Empty road. No one going the other way. No one walking on the street. Just an empty road. Okay? You can clearly go through that red light without injuring or harming yourself or others, okay? So how many of you would go through the red light? Anyone? No? Who would wait and go for the green light? Green light? Green light? Oh my goodness. Oh, wow, okay. Those of you that said green light, well, actually, I'll tell you, you're correct. Yeah, good job. Congratulations, you did the right thing. Okay, so you want to wait for the green light because we like to follow rules. We enjoy rules. And I'm the academic integrity officer of the college, so I love rules, okay? And everyone here loves rules too. Consider many people have rules. There are many rules across many different areas of the school. I think faculty have rules. The college has rules, okay? Colleagues, people you work with have rules, students and so on. So there are rules everywhere, and if you follow those rules, you're going to have a good time. Okay? Okay, so now that we've talked about all of that stuff, we know the body language, we know that, we know how we should look when we're having the conversation. How do we speak and how do we say things during conversations is kind of important too, okay? Did I go past something? I did. No, did I? No, I didn't. Yeah, I'm good, yeah. Okay, so English is great. I'm speaking English now. Most of us will hopefully speak English, but also, if you're learning English as a second language, this is not your first language, you don't have a lot of practice sometimes at home with English, then this is the best place to practice it. I encourage you to focus on English here because it will be a great way to improve your skills if you aren't as proficient as you want to be in English. Okay, so consider that as you're going along. English so important on campus. Be careful with disagreeing with people. It will happen. Okay, you are going to work in groups. You're going to have teachers that you may disagree with. Many disagreements happen all the time. It's how you handle disagreements that's very, very important. So be diplomatic. Consider what is the best way to, kind of get to the solution you want rather than just fighting for the sake of fighting, because that's not really so great, okay? So be careful how you disagree. Be diplomatic, have some tact. Be careful with interrupting somebody. Let them finish speaking, then you continue speaking, and then you'll stop and they'll continue, and repeat the process until conversation complete, okay? And then, don't be too you want to be non-threatening with your non-verbal stuff. If you are kind of standing there, again, crossed arms, angry looking face, and just saying, hi, how are you? How are you? Are you, are you doing okay? But you look angry. It kind of impacts the entire conversation, okay, or affects the entire conversation. So another thing, please, thank you. Excellent words to consider. Add them to your vocabulary. Very, very good to have those words in your vocabulary, so please add them if they're not there yet. You want to make sure that you're listening to people. Don't just say what you want to say, hear what they're saying, because they will often tell you exactly what they are, thinking. No does actually mean no. If your teacher says no, it doesn't mean ask me again 3 times after and I'll say yes. It just means no. please end this and move on to something else, okay? No does mean no. And be careful with your tone and the way that you're speaking. How fast or how slow you're speaking impacts the conversation. If you're speaking pleasantly or angrily, that impacts things too, so please consider that as well. Okay, so we've talked about cultural things, behaviors, and social blah blah blahs. Let's talk about you in this country and how you're going to feel over the next, let's say, year, okay? Because it's going to happen, and you're going to go through a process called culture shock. Okay, culture shock is it's an interesting situation. It can be good, can be bad, but the thing to consider is that there are different stages of it. Okay, you've all come here from a new country. Congratulations for being here in Canada. Okay, that's a very hard thing to do. Some of you are by yourselves. Some of you have come with family. But either way, you're going to run into feelings of being happy that you're here, being not so happy that you're here, and then being comfortable with being here, right? There's different stages. So there are three of them in particular. You've got the honeymoon period. You're probably in that right now if you just arrived in the country. Then you've got that resistance period, and then you've got the next step, which is kind of like accepting what you've kind of been through, okay? So in the first 1 or 2 months, you have this honeymoon period. This is where everything is new and everything is different, and that's a good thing for you. It's cool. You're experiencing new things. Wow. There's, I don't know, there's Freedom Mobile. They have a lot of data plans. Isn't that cool? I guess, I don't know. I just saw the Freedom sign over there. But yeah, so that's going to happen. You're going to see a lot of new things. You're going to be interested in seeing those things, and then you'll kind of be satisfied with that. However, that goes away. That does go away. In the next couple of, let's say, 2 to 6 months or so, you're going to run into the resistance period. This is where you're going to feel like all those differences that you saw in that first couple of stages, the first couple of months, this is going to bother you more than it's going to make you happy, okay? You're going to start to miss home a little bit more, okay? The way I think of it is if you were watching a movie that was based on a book you read, okay, and then you're seeing the movie and you're like, wait a minute, that didn't happen in the book. That's different in the book. Imagine living that your entire life for like the next couple of months. That's everything that you see around you is that feeling, okay? And that's a painful feeling sometimes. So the important thing to remember, though, is that if you can survive through that, kind of, push through it, you'll make it to the final stage, which is kind of accepting that, hey, those differences are there, but they're not that bad. They're not, I can kind of forgive those differences. There's a place over there, they do something over there, we do something different here, that's fine. All right, those are the stages that you might encounter. So please consider that might happen to you. Where am I now? And there are ways to, counteract those feelings, especially in stage number 2. Okay, so if you have support systems, those are very, very helpful. Keep connections open. Don't cut them off. Make friends. Talk to family. Keep in touch with people that you know that you've met here and also back home. Keep those connections open. And also, if you feel like you don't have many of them and things are a bit daunting or overwhelming, please consider that the school is there to help you too, right? So student services especially, you're gonna hear from them in a couple of hours, I think, or maybe 90 minutes, and they're excellent. They can definitely help you out through these situations as well, or provide any support that they can, okay? So you can contact them at that email, studentservices@cestarcollege.com. So that being said, I'm out of words to say. Thank you for listening, but if you enjoyed this, please stick around. At 2 o'clock, I'll be back. I'll be talking to you about academic integrity, okay? So thanks for coming, everyone. I'll pass it back to Shauna, who's going to tell you some stuff about Moodle, which is your lifeline in the school, okay? So see you later. Bye.
Thanks, Mark. He's a tough act for me to follow because he's fun and he's funnier than I am. So I'm going to, as Mark mentioned, I'm going to talk a little bit about Moodle. I do have a couple little comments to make about some things that Mark mentioned. So one, we're both past faculty, former faculty with the college, and we both taught English. And Mark talked a little bit about English and that it's important to be speaking English in and around the college. It's a safe space to practice your English. You're going to be hearing from the tutoring center a little bit later this morning. There's lots of resources there if you want to just go and practice your English. And faculty also support our tutoring center, so if you want to reach out to anyone at the tutoring center for more English help, that's a really good idea. Also, one way that I used to tell students to practice their English is to listen and watch English media and read English media. Pick up the paper. I don't know if anyone reads the paper anymore, but listen to podcasts. Watch whatever media you can. Did anyone watch the hockey game last night? There was a nice hockey game on last night. Did anyone watch? Oh man. Well, the reason I have a hoarse voice today is because I was screaming at the television. But we won. Canada won. We have another one on Wednesday, so make sure that you're staying tuned and watch that game. It's a big one. It's the World Juniors, so a big deal for us. So yeah, taking in as much English media as you can is your best way to practice English, practice listening to English, practice speaking English. We do recommend that when you're in the class, well, we require that when you're in the class, you're speaking English because it is the one language that everyone here has in common. So Moodle, on to Moodle. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Moodle. Has anyone gained access to Moodle yet? Yes? Put your hand up if you have. Okay, so a few of you, many of you actually. So the link is on the Lambton College in Toronto website, but it is also here if you want to take a picture of that. It is, as Mark mentioned, your lifeline. It's your access to all your academic courses. It's your access to a number of resources, as well as ways to get in touch with people. You'll also find out, I'm going to just show you what, for those of you who haven't, oh, sorry. This is how you log in. You're going to use your My Lambton credentials to log into Moodle. And when you get there, you'll see something like this. So it's not very pretty in the middle, but normally it is a lot prettier. This area in the middle is where right here, this is where we will get in touch with you about any events that are coming up. So Toastmasters or the soccer club, the soccer team tryouts, or the badminton team tryouts, or maybe we have a speaker series or a speaker from one of our programs to come participate as part of our speaker series. You'll hear a little bit about that later today as well. We have a number of clubs that we will be advertising on this news forum here on Moodle. And over here, this column is relatively new. It was cleaned up. We've always had it there, but it was cleaned up with just the fast links that you need access to on a regular basis. So probably the most important one is the contact, getting in touch with, you're all going to be hearing about Web Advisor. This is where you're going to be getting your marks, and then accessing your marks. And then the database is here too, but it's not on the screen right now, but you'll have access to the database from here. So a lot of quick links. Where you database is where you'll be registering for your next semester courses. So lots of quick links. By the way, we are doing a session on Friday on all of the portals. So make sure that if you cannot physically attend on Friday, that you join us remotely. But there's lots of other things planned for Friday too. So I recommend you come. And then this job board. So how many of you might be looking for a part-time job? So there will be jobs posted here. These are jobs just in and around the campus. So if you want to get involved in convocation, if you want to get involved, you see there's a number of ambassadors around the room today. Anyone wearing a blue shirt applied for a job either through an email service that went out or through this job board. So just keep an eye on the job board. Oh, if you'll find that there's jobs there for being a tutor in the tutoring center. It's also fantastic on your resume. Even if you're not getting paid for the job, there's volunteer opportunities here as well on the job board, and they look fantastic on your resume. They also give you an opportunity to hone your soft skills, the communications, even conflict management, working with others, working in groups. These are great opportunities for you to prepare yourself for not only a full-time job when you're done, but co-op. You'll have a great resume if you get some volunteer work on your resume, and then you start applying for co-op jobs if you're in a co-op program. How many of you are in a co-op program? Also awesome. So the other thing, the last part that I wanted to mention is this bit up here. It's a little bit difficult to see on the screen, but those are links to various departments. One of them is Student Services, and one of them is Co-op and Careers. If you go to the Co-op and Careers section of Moodle, you will see who your Co-op and Career Advisor is for your program. They all have assigned programs. You're going to hear from someone in Co-op today. They're going to give you more information on this. But just know that this is the best place. Don't forget that all of the information that you're going to hear today is available on Moodle through these links. And if it's not, at least the person that you need to get in touch with is there, right? So you can reach out to them. There's also a section about the third section from the right is administration, and that's kind of my area of the college. So I'm going to be really selfish and tell you a little bit about that. So when you get to administration, you'll see that there are a number of different areas that we are responsible for. So policies and procedures, there's a little bit in there on registration and finance, academic advising and assistant, academic integrity, which Mark is going to talk about at 2 o'clock, and then connecting to other services and departments. But most importantly, I'm going to show you a little bit about the policies and procedures. Again, not easy to see up there, but when Mark mentioned that we're egalitarian, what that means is that we want everyone to be treated the same and also treated fairly, treated the same, and get a sense of consistency across all of the rules that we have in place, the rules that you're expected to follow, the things that you can count on us as our promise to you. So those are there's responsibilities and there's rules on all of our parts in order to make sure that you're prepared for success. So the most important policy is 2000-5-1, and it's the Student Rights and Responsibilities Policy. Go to this site, get familiar with it. It is very important for you to know the rules that you are expected to follow within the college as part of your student code of conduct, but also it gives you a sense of, what everyone else has to follow. So you can call people on the things that, if you feel that you were treated unfairly, or if you feel whether it's a faculty member or it's a fellow student or, whatever, so maybe someone, an employee of the college, if you ever feel that that someone is acting outside or not in accordance with the policies that we have in place, then it's your right to speak out about that. But then at the same time, we will hold you all accountable to the same set of rules. And that's there for everyone's protection. I love policy for that reason, right? I want everyone to be treated fairly. The other one here is the missed tests and missed assignments policy. That one is on every course Moodle page, and your faculty member, when you start your course, you should be able to go into your courses now, the ones that you're starting next week. You should be able to go in there now, download the course outline, download the evaluation timetable, which I'm going to show you in just a second, and also you'll see the missed tests and missed assignments policy. It's absolutely critical that you attend classes. But there are times, we get it, people are sick, people have appointments. You just need to keep everyone apprised of anything that's happening in your life that would prevent you from being able to attend class. Not just because, we all want everyone to attend class, but you're going to be missing part of the curriculum. And then that means that you're not going to be prepared for tests and assignments. The last one is grade appeals. Again, if you're in a situation where you feel like you got a grade that didn't make sense, maybe the math didn't work, or maybe there was a big misunderstanding, you have lots of avenues to follow in order to make sure that you are given the grade that you deserve, right? So just read that policy as well. Hopefully you'll never be in a position where you have to go down that path, but it is there for you. And most importantly, Moodle is the way to get access to all of your course materials. So the course outlines are up there, the evaluation timetables, and all your course resources. It's amazing the number of times that students have come to me. I can take a look at their log. They're saying, I'm not doing well in the class. I don't know what's happening. And I look at the log. They've never been in the Moodle course. You have to go in there on a regular basis, even though classes are on campus now. All of the resources that you need to be successful in the course are there. Download that course outline because that's going to tell you exactly what that course is all about. There's a little description on there, all the learning outcomes. They're all tied to your vocational learning outcomes, which is, the things that are going to prepare you for a career in your field. So download the course outlines, read them over. Hopefully your faculty member, the instructor, will go through all of this stuff when you start. But this one at the bottom, middle, evaluation timetables. So this is a standard across all of our courses. You must have access to an evaluation timetable within the first couple weeks of the course. In many cases, it's already there. And I'm going to show you what it looks like. This tells you all the assignments and all of the tests and whatever, and whether they're group assignments or individual assignments. It tells you when they're due. Take out your calendar, whether it's digital or paper, and mark the dates on which things are due so that you're not late, right? You don't want to be late with assignments. If you are in the second week of classes and you still don't see this evaluation timetable on your Moodle page, you can tell your instructor, Shauna told me at orientation that this is supposed to be there. We want you to have all of this information up front so that you have all the tools for success again, okay? Any questions? What are you going to be watching on Wednesday? Wednesday at 6:30. Everyone's going to watch an ice hockey game, right? It's the semifinals, and it's against the States. Everyone knows? That's a big rivalry for us. Okay, that's all for me. I did want to mention, make sure that you attend your breakout session around the lunch hour. Very important. You'll meet faculty there. You'll meet your program coordinator. They're in, as Nicholas mentioned, they're up here, and there's a couple classes around the corner here. There's ambassadors that can help you get to the classroom where your program info session is. Very important that you attend, and they're fun sessions. So that's it. I'll turn things over to Nicholas if there's no questions. I think that's it, yeah. There you go.
Shauna, thank you, Mark. So next up, as you guys know, immigration is a very important topic, especially with your study permit, off-campus work permit. And one thing I always tell students is always ask the expert, especially with your status in Canada, You want to make sure that's always the right document and your status. So we have on site here on campus our own immigration consultant. So let's welcome Ms. Zoe Zhang.
Thank you. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining and welcome to the college. My name is Zoe. I am the immigration advisor of the college. And in this immigration FAQ session, we are going to talk about some of the issues about immigration and international student status. So it is important to know whether you can legally work or study in Canada and how to avoid the situation that you may breach your study permit or work permit. Okay. First, we will start by talking a little bit about our department. So I am the immigration advisor here, and the college has retained service from licensed immigration services. We have immigration consultants who are members of CICC, and we also have regulated immigration advisors for international students. So if you have any questions, you're welcome to visit us or send us an email at the above mentioned email address. When you're sending the email, please provide more information about your program details and about your expiry date of your study permit or your work permit, and describe your questions so we can understand you and better help you. For more information, if you would like to have a virtual meeting or you would like to check our schedule, you can find the information on Moodle. And I will be here at the college in my office for a few hours after this session. So if you have any questions, you are welcome to visit me. So one thing important about international student is that you should be familiar with the IRCC website. The website is here on the slide. IRCC stands for Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada. This is the best source and the most powerful source for immigration-related issues. So you might hear some news or updates from your friends or from a former student, or you just see something on social media, but always remember that every case is different. So you need to check IRCC website for the most accurate information, updates, and anything about the regulation. So in this session, we are going to cover a number of really important topics for international students. We are going to have some topics about study permit, your visa, and whether you can work legally in Canada. And we are going to talk a little bit about after graduation work in Canada and what you're gonna do if you would like to invite your friends or your parents to Canada to visit you. If you have any questions, we will have a little question and answer session in the end, but you can also send me an email or pay me a visit today in the office. So study permit. This letter-sized document is the document that defines your status as an international student here in Canada. It gives you status as a legal temporary resident. So you cannot study in any program longer than 6 months without a study permit. For everyone here, I think you must have the first or your study permit. So when your study permit is approved outside of Canada, the visa office asked for your passport and they put a stamp on it. And when you come to Canada for the first time, you would have that study permit at the border. Okay. So the study permit contains important information about yourself and the time you can legally study in Canada. So the minute you get that, please check any information on that. Is there a typo? Is there any error? Is there any mistake? And believe me, IRCC sometimes makes those mistakes. So if you find out any errors or mistakes on your study permit, you will need to amend it or replace it or change it into the correct information. And it will cost you some time. So for anyone who are joining us online, if you haven't come to Canada and you will get your first study permit at the airport, the minute you get it, check it carefully. If you noticed anything wrong, please tell the officer right away and you can get it fixed at the border. The current amendment time is about 4 weeks. So if you have any changes you need to do, it will take you about a month to fix it. Okay, it is also important to check the expiry date of your study permit. So you need to compare the expiry dates on your study permit to your program length. So for example, if your program ends in August, and your study permit expired before that or in August, you may wish to extend it. And when you will need like 2 to 3 months to extend your study permit based on the IRCC processing time at that time. So plan ahead is always very important. So international students, that is you are responsible for maintaining your immigration status and obeying immigration regulations during your stay in Canada. The college will try our best, and the immigration advisors will try our best to remind you of those things, but you are the one that's responsible for your status. So check your study permit expiry date right now or after this session and add the expiry date minus 90 days to your calendar so that you can have a reminder and you won't miss the deadline of extending. Okay. And another thing is, I would strongly recommend that you make a copy or you at least take a photo of your current study permit. In case you lose it or it gets stolen or it gets destroyed or something like that, you will need that copy to prove your status, and for later replacement or for later application in other permits, you will need that. And one thing about a study permit holder is you must actively pursue your study at the DLI. That means you must study at the college. And you need to make progress towards finishing your study program, and you need to respect the condition listed on your study permit. You can find the conditions on the additional section and the remarks of your study permit. If you lose your status in Canada, you will have to leave Canada. You cannot overstay here legally because that will cause you problem when you later apply for permanent residence or simply apply for another permit. So, if any of you would like to change your study plans in the future, or if you have, unfortunately, illness or anything like a family emergency, you need a leave, or you have any gap in the study, be sure to talk to the college before that. You can talk to a student advisor or you can talk to an immigration advisor, because if you turn yourself into a part-time student, or if you have a gap, for example, longer than 150 days in Canada, that is a breach of your study permit, and that will cause you a lot of problem. I mean, IRCC will not grab back your current study permit, but you will face a lot of difficulties if you want to apply for a work permit after graduation, or if you want to apply for permanent residence after graduation. Okay, let's move to TRV. TRV stands for Temporary Resident Visa. So while a study permit allows you to legally study in Canada, a TRV allows you to enter Canada. So when you applied for your initial study permit, you do not need to apply separately for a TRV. If your study permit is approved and a TRV is required, you will be issued a TRV along with your study permit. And it is a counterfoil on your passport, or you can call it a stamp or a sticker, anything like that. It is usually issued for the same duration as your study permit. And this is your entry document. A study permit is not an entry document. You will need the entry document to legally enter Canada. So if you do not have a valid TRV, you cannot enter Canada. The TRV can also be extended. So if your situation requires you to extend study permit and TRV after, when you are in Canada, for example, if you have a longer time, if you need some more time to complete your program, some things like that, you will need to extend your study permit and TRV. And always apply for the study permit first, and after you get that extended study permit, you can apply for an extension of TRV online, also on IRCC website. So it is also important to know when your TRV expires, as it can affect your traveling plan. You may consider applying for extension 3 or 4 months ahead of time based on your study plan, your travel plan, and IRCC's processing time. So, as a study permit holder, you may qualify to work on campus or off campus without an additional work permit if you meet specific criteria. So you can work 20 hours off campus maximum. But from now on until the end of 2023, you can work full-time. That is great news. I see a lot of you want to, have some work, to gain some work experiences in Canada during your study. That is great. And if you would like to work on campus, you can work full-time. But remember, you cannot work in authorized leave. You can work during your breaks, regular breaks or reading weeks, but if you have authorized leave, please stop working. It's not legal. To legally work in Canada, you also need a SIN number. A SIN number is not something RSCC will give you. You will need to apply that at the Service Canada, and you now can apply it online. So international student must provide an original study permit. States may accept employment, or you can be employed in several occupations. So if your study permit doesn't allow you to work off campus, the Service Canada will refuse to give you the SIN number. And if you find that's your case and you have met all the eligible requirements, you can apply to change the conditions of your study permit. And here we say now you can work off campus full-time. That full-time means as many hours as you want, but I don't think you want to work like over 50 hours a week and at the same time maintain as a full-time student. That's crazy. So balance between your work and the study, and prioritize study. Always prioritize study. Yeah. So how many of you have the co-op placement in your program? Yeah, almost all, everyone, yeah. So if you have the co-op internship component in your program, you will need to apply for a work permit, and it's called a co-op work permit. It may have been issued already when you entered Canada with your study permit. If not, you can apply one online, and it's totally free. You will need your letter of acceptance, letter of enrollment, and maybe your co-op letter and your passport to apply that. RSCC says from now on to the end of 2023, you may not need one because technically you can work off campus full-time, but it is always suggested that you apply for a co-op work permit if you don't already have one, because a lot of co-op related employers would like to see that work permit before they offer you the job. And plan in advance. If you don't have the co-op work permit, even if you are going to have your co-op component next year or a long time after, because the current processing time of the co-op work permit is about 6 months. So plan ahead, apply as soon as possible. So work in Canada after graduation. So as an international student, if you complete an academic program at the college, you can apply for a post-graduation work permit after graduation. And it is a great opportunity for you to legally work in Canada and gain valuable Canadian experiences. And that will help your permanent residence application if you would like one. But to be eligible for a post-graduation work permit program, you will need to keep your status as a full-time student all the way through your study program, except the last semester. So that is meaning if you are a part-time student, if you take a study gap longer than 150 days, or if you have any unusual terms, meaning if you don't complete the program as it's supposed to be, that might cause some problem when you're applying for post-graduation work permit. And that application is a one-time opportunity, meaning that you can only apply for one post-graduation work permit in your lifetime. So a lot of you will have questions about this. If you would like to invite your family members, like your friends, your relatives, your parents to Canada, Yes, you can do that. And if your family member are required to have a temporary resident visa to come into Canada, they should prepare their application based on the requirement and the instruction of the country from where they apply. So if you would like to invite your family members while you are studying, you can provide them a letter of invitation. And how to write that letter and what to include in that letter, you can find it online. So basically, you will need to write that letter by yourself. The college cannot write it for you. It must be written by the invitee selves. The application also must be submitted by the applicant or their representative. The college cannot do that. But if you would like to represent your family member and submit the application, that is okay. Also, a quick reminder, if you are a full-time international student, your spouse may be eligible to work in Canada with an open work permit. So whether it's your spouse or your common law partner, you can support their application with your status of your proof of status of a full-time student, such as your study permit, your letter of enrollment, or your transcript. So your spouse or common law partner can use those documents in their application, and they can apply for an open work permit and gain valuable Canadian experiences. And that application can be submitted inside of Canada or outside of Canada. Yeah, that's pretty much for today. And we had a very brief view of the immigration-related issues. So if you have any questions, we can have it now, or you can send me an email or visit me in the office today. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 Yeah, that is a great question, because IRCC will not issue study permit or work permit or TRV longer than the expiry date of your passport. So if your passport expires soon, you will need to renew your passport first, and then you can extend your study permit. And after you get that extended study permit, you can extend your temporary resident visa. Yeah. So you need like 3 steps. The first one is renew your passport. Second one, extend your study permit, and the third one, extend your temporary resident visa. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. So if you guys have more questions, she'll be on campus here during the break. If you have other questions about immigration, study permit, PR, so she's the best person to talk to. Anyway, we're going to go to the next session. It's Co-op and Career Services / Employment in Canada. Let's welcome Mr. Peter Tellis Langdon.
Does this work? Oh, it works. Cool. I love it when a plan comes together. So, welcome, Lambton students. Good morning. Bonjour. Buenos dias. Guten Morgen. Dobro utro. Buongiorno. Bom dia. Egahana. Sobbe hekir. Salam alaikum. Namaste, Sat Sri Akal, Vanakkam, Magandang Umaga, Mayong Buntag, Salamat Paji, Chow Boy Sang, Anoyang Haseo, ni hao, and calamera. Did I miss anybody? I got all the languages? Turkish. I have Egahana. Okay, email me that and I will add it to the list. If I missed anybody, please feel free to email me. I would be happy to add you to the list. I just wanted to welcome everybody properly. So we're going to talk today, get that out of the way, about employment and co-op here in Canada. I'm with microphones. So if my voice fades out, somebody wave at me. Okay, let's see if I can get this thing working. No. There we go. These are your co-op and career advisors here at Lambton in Toronto. We have Brian Messias, who is the career manager. We have Diana McLennan, who does BMAT, CPCT, and CPMT. We have Pamela Chan, who does MADT, MMDT, MMPT, PMIT, and PMLT. I think I just tied my tongue in a knot. We have me. I do BMHT, CSAT, and FPWT. We have David Ying, who's going to be doing AIMT, OHST, and QEMT. And if you're not in this list, we are still here to help. Just email career@cestarcollege.com and that will come to all of us. Someone is here to help you. Oops, wrong way. There we go. So, career services. You can do one-on-one appointments with us. I encourage you to do that. One-on-one, we can get so much more done. You can get resume critiquing. And yes, resumes here are different than resumes back home. Welcome to North America. Applicant tracking systems are everywhere. At one time, only big companies had them, but today, for $5.95 a month, you too can access an applicant tracking system on a cloud. Or, if you're like me, too cheap to spend $5.95 a month, you download the free trial version that lets you hire up to 2 people. Applicant tracking systems are everywhere. Your resumes and cover letters are going to be read by a machine. If yours confuses the machine, boop, bye-bye, you're done, kaput. We're here to help with cover letter critiquing. A lot of employers hate cover letters because they're so boring. They're just irritating. I read a really boring cover letter, and before I've even met you, I don't like you. We can help you fix that. We help our students write cover letters that inspire an employer to want to meet you. Make sure you get the help. Job search assistance. How do you look for a job? Well, the way we do it today, 2023, is not the same way we did it when I started back in the 70s. Oh gosh, I'm old. We can help you with online presence feedback. Because yes, employers, recruiters are going to check you out online. They will be looking at your LinkedIn, your Facebook if they can access it, sometimes even if they can't access it. We can help you with interview preparation. Anybody been to a job interview recently? Any? It's kind of scary, isn't it? A little unnerving. You walk in, you're going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Okay, that's not how you're going to ace an interview. We can help you with that. We'll coach you through the steps. I coach students on how to breathe. Because yes, sometimes you go into a job interview, you forget to breathe. And we'll do mock interviews with you. We'll coach you through it. We'll let you practice on us. We'll get you good. So you get that really good job. The advisor's role. We have many roles. We provide career and employment development services and resources for all the co-op students, which is assistance with resumes and cover letters, assistance with interviews, assessment of the suitability of work-term employment opportunities, and we monitor the co-op term. That's just some of what we do. We help with the ongoing development of the CPS 1001 co-op preparation course. It's mandatory for all co-op students. We conduct classroom visits for Term 3 co-op students, all about co-op, just before they go on co-op. Career services related to marketing materials, job search, etc. And we do one-on-one appointments, which can be booked through the My Career system. And how do you book those appointments? Well, let's make it nice and simple. There's two ways to book meetings with your co-op advisor. Through the My Career Center. That's the first place you want to go. Go to My Career, check the availability of the person you want to talk to. Now, if there's no appointments available on My Career, you email your co-op advisor with your name, your student number, your program name, why you need to meet with us, and a list of possible dates and times that you're available. We'll try and fix that. But, yes, I love those great big but. In the last 5 years, I've had 2 days that actually filled up. Only 2. I don't think I've ever had a week that was completely booked. I am aware of 2 days where all the appointment slots did get filled in the last 5 years. The odds are you can book it on My Career. And if you email me and say, I want to book an appointment on Wednesday at 2 o'clock, first thing I'm going to do is go into My Career and see if that slot's been filled. Oh, it hasn't? I'll email you back saying, please book it on the My Career system. So save yourself some time. Try the My Career system first. Odds are you'll be able to book an appointment. And here's how we do it. It's not hard. You can see over here, co-op, not career services, co-op. And down below that is appointments. Amazing, eh? Yes, I have a gift for stating the blatantly obvious. And then go over and book by provider. And look for your co-op advisor's name. And, oh, what do you know? I'm there. There I am, big and bold. Yeah, it's a big last name, but it was my dad's. I'm stuck with it. So book by provider, and when you click on that, you'll be able to see the calendar. Look at all the time slots available. Now, they're not same every day because we have other duties and there are things that come up. But there's lots of time slots in there. You can pick the one that you want, book it, and then we'll contact you about the appointment. Oh, this is an important one. How advisors communicate with their students. It's with your My Lambton email. Make sure you learn how to use this. You should be checking your My Lambton email regularly. Start becoming familiar with it. Get to know it. Advisors send out all co-op information to your My Lambton email. Career services and co-op questions must come through your... Oh, you can do it louder than that. Very good. So make sure you're using it. And let's make sure it works. Your My Lambton email is a normal email account. You've all got email, right? All familiar with how that works. So make a signature that will go on all your emails. It should contain your name, duh, your student number, duh, and your program. Whenever you contact us, you need help in something, what we need is your name, student number, and which program you're in. We all deal with several programs. And I think all the co-op advisors triage their emails. We get lots. But look how many people are in here. And this is just day 2 of orientation. There's a lot more. So we quickly scan through our emails. Things that I can answer quickly and easily, no problem. I get an answer out right away. If I have to go into the system and start digging around, trying to figure out who this person is who's asking me a specific question about their specific program, but didn't tell me which program they're in, okay, you go down to the bottom of the list. I'm going to answer the ones that I can. When I get time, I'll go do the digging. When I get time. I've been looking for time for years. Don't hold your breath. Make a signature that gives the people the information they need to help you quickly and easily. Expectations on your I got the good slide, yeah. On your co-op work term. You have the completion of the co-op contract. It's got to show the correct start and end date. Those will be the start and end date of your 4th term. You have to complete the hours for a 4-month co-op. Now, I often get students coming to me going, I did the minimum required hours, can I stop? Okay, no, you have to do a 4-month co-op. During those 4 months, you must get at least a minimum of 420 hours to pass co-op. Either way, you're still doing a 4-month co-op. And you must work full-time, or 30 to 40 hours a week, no more, no less. Now, students always look at me and go, what if I get overtime? Overtime's time and a half. That's like my regular pay plus a whole bunch. Okay, well, no one wants to say no to overtime. That's nice money. More pizza on the weekends, right? Okay, co-op is 30 to 40 hours. No more, no less. At the end of 40 hours, it's not co-op hours anymore. Those hours go on your student visa. Because with your student visa, you can work full-time right now, from my understanding, till the government changes it. And we never know when they're going to do that. So if you get overtime hours, yes, make the money. Get the pizza. Because pizza's a good thing, right? But you only record up to 40 hours for co-op. Co-op is school. Anything else is bonus. I like bonus. You do have online Moodle modules that you will have to complete during your co-op, and they must be completed. If you miss one, you don't pass. You have to complete all of your schoolwork, because co-op, although it's employment and working, and get a paid co-op, believe me, paid co-op is way better than unpaid. If you're making a good wage, it's easy to jump out of bed in the morning and go do your work, because you're going to get the cash and the pizza. Unpaid? Yeah, if I have to. And also keep in mind, on a resume, a paid co-op is respected. It's legitimate work. Employers look at that and go, yeah, that's honest work. Unpaid co-op? Okay, all the employers out there realize if you put in 5% of what regular employees put in, they're still not going to fire you. It's a free 5%. They got nothing to lose. If this is a paid job and you put in 5%, you're fired. Paid is respected. Unpaid, well, you know, it's yeah. And you do have to submit the paperwork at the end of your co-op term. Okay, the co-op preparation course that you will be doing in term 2. All students in the co-op program are required to take CPS 1001 in term 2. It will cover important topics around co-op, co-op approvals, and will also cover policies and co-op search resources, marketing materials, your resume, cover letter, online profile, interviewing, etc. And you do want to get help with that online profile because employers are checking it. We'll go over networking skills, market research, and job search strategies. The My Career website. Get familiar with it. You're going to be using it. You use it to book appointments with advisors. Part-time position postings are there under career services, because that's not co-op. That would be career services. Events, job fairs are under career services. Co-op job postings, yes, we have our own job board, and they're on there under co-op, because they're co-op job postings. Play around with the site. Get to know it. This is what it looks like. Hard flipping the pages. Okay, your My Career login. Your username is your student ID. That C0, whatever, 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 whatever. The password is the same as your My Lambton email password. Not the same as Moodle. Moodle is for classes. My Career is for employment stuff. And this is what it looks like. And if you want something from career services like part-time jobs, you can see the arrows pointing towards career services. That is not the same as co-op. So, co-op, term 3, or anything related to employment, you want to go to co-op. And there's job postings, which will be for co-op only. And there's the spot for appointments if you need to talk to one of us to get your resume, cover letter, job search technique, interview skills, all that stuff. We're here to help everyone. We do have events on My Career. We do employer showcases, expos. We have a co-op fair every term, external fairs, information about that. It all goes through career services. Now the interesting stuff. I'm guessing none of you have seen an actual iceberg. Have any of you seen a real iceberg? They're big. I have seen icebergs, but then I've been to all sorts of weird places. The iceberg is what we use to give an example of what the employment search field is like. The top of the iceberg, the part of the iceberg that you actually see, is the advertised jobs. These are the jobs that are posted on Indeed, the Job Bank, Workopolis, Job Monster, all of those sites. The bottom part of the iceberg that's under the water, which is a lot bigger, that's why the Titanic went down. Saw a little iceberg, didn't realize big chunk of ice underneath. The hidden job market is what you access through networking. It has the most jobs. The best jobs you'll get are through networking. You won't find them on Indeed. Networking. Doing a basic job search, most people do online job boards, Google job postings, social media, advertisements, agencies. The sites you can go to, Indeed, Eluda, Job Bank, LinkedIn, there's a ton of them out there. Online job boards are a dime a dozen. There's all sorts out there. And a lot of them post the same jobs. But those jobs that are posted are a tiny bit of what's actually out there. You want to be networking, because networking is the best way to access that hidden job market. Now, networking, let's go over what it's not first. It's not just shaking as many hands as possible or asking for a job. It's not a scripted process. It's not that simple. It's not the same for every job seeker, and it's not immediate. It's not going on LinkedIn and clicking as many likes as possible. It's not Facebook. You know, I've known people with Facebook that have, 10,000 friends, and they haven't actually met any of them. Yeah, give me a break. Nobody believes that stuff. Networking is meeting new people, making connections. It's building and maintaining a relationship. It's keeping in contact. It's an ongoing process. It's reciprocating the help that's mutually beneficial. It's being authentic and real. Get to know people that are working in the area that you want to work in. They will be able to coach you on who to talk to. They may even pass your resume along. It's making friends. Any of you already have too many friends? Me neither. I could always use another friend. You never know. Networking is not coming up and going, "Hi, I'm Peter. Hi, I'm Peter. Hi, I'm Peter. Yeah, I won't miss you. Don't worry. Yeah. Hello. How are you? And you are?" He doesn't even know who he is. That's great. How are you? Nice to meet you. No, I won't forget the folks in the back. Good morning. Good morning. Wow. Not hiring you. You heard. Good morning. How many of those people whose hands I just shook feel confident they could hire me? How many of you are sure you could put up with me all day long? I can tell you now, my wife would tell you, you can't. Just shaking hands and saying hi is not networking. Introducing yourself, talking about what you do, what you love about what you do, that makes you hireable. That's when people start to believe in you. That's what networking is making friends, helping them to believe in you, showing you believe in them. That's when we start helping each other. Networking is all about helping each other. Gotta hit the right button. There's lots of resources for students. For networking, there's the Young Professionals Network of Ontario, Hip House, Meetup, 10,000 Coffees. It's an interesting site. If you don't know these sites, check them out. They're all about helping people to network. For job search, well, certainly Indeed, but if you're going to use Indeed, which is probably the biggest job board out there right now, keep in mind the average response to an ad on Indeed is 868. 868 people on average. If it's a really cool job, a lot more. The odds get very small. Keep in mind, all of these companies are using applicant tracking systems. The computer system can filter out of 868, it'll shrink it down to maybe 300. Would you want to read 300 resumes? I didn't think so. Nobody does. If your resume's not designed to get past the machine, you won't even get looked at. If it's not designed to be read by a recruiter or hiring manager, it'll get scanned quickly and discarded. Lucky for you guys, the co-op team here is very well versed in today's resumes, cover letters, job search techniques, interviewing skills, and networking. Some of the best in the city are right here. You should also check out local events like Eventbrite, Job Canada, or Canada Job Expo, Peter's New Jobs, no relation. However, when you are contacting an employer, email etiquette. It's important to send professional emails as part of your job application. This is the first impression they get of you, even before they look at your resume. Not really. I've talked to a lot of employers. It's my line of work. I talk to employers all the time. And on average, well, students seem to think, like when you're emailing out to an employer, your resume's an attachment, the email's the body of the email, right? And you send that out to an employer. And students seem to think that when that comes in, the employer is going to read the email and then open and look at the resume. No, nobody does that. When that email comes in, the employer is going to glance at the top line. It should tell him what you're applying for. If it doesn't, he'll probably hit delete. But if it says, you know, I'm looking for, what program are you in? Okay, so it says, you know, I work in looking for the artificial intelligence job. Okay, now I know what you're looking for. I'm going to open that resume. I'm going to scan it. 3 to 5 seconds. If I don't see anything I need, I hit delete and go to the next. Now, if I see some things I need, there's some good skills, learned something worthwhile at school, has a little bit of experience. Oh, nice person. She even did some volunteer work. Oh, and look, she got an award too. Cool. Okay, she's qualified. Now I will go back and I'll look at that cover letter. But the question has changed. I'm not looking to see if she's qualified. Saw that on the resume. I'm wondering, who is she? What is she like? Is she going to get along with my team? Employers realize if they hire you, they're going to have to look at your face 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. That's more time than I spend with my family. Who you are is important. That cover letter better show me that you are the kind of person I want to work with. Your resume showed me you're qualified. But do I trust you? Not until I look at the cover letter and I start to believe in you. When I see that, that's when suddenly I want to meet you. That cover letter needs to inspire me to want to meet you. Not what you do. I don't want to meet what you're qualified in. I want to meet you, the person I'm going to have to look at day in, day out, week after week. That's where a cover letter can be magical. Please use spell check, use Grammarly. It's a free download here at the college. It'll help you perfect your spelling, grammar. Thank you emails are good practice when following up with employers, ensuring that you leave a positive and lasting impression. And smile, even if you're wearing a mask. Because half of you can look at me and realize I'm grinning from ear to ear, but you can't really see my face. How do you know I'm grinning? Because my whole face says it. Always smile, even if you're doing a phone interview. Spell check, spell check, spell check. The fastest way to get a resume and cover letter deleted is to have spelling mistakes and bad grammar. That tells me you're sloppy. I don't hire sloppy. Always, always spell check. When emailing, ensure you are referring to the individual in the appropriate manner. Sir, madam, Mr., Mrs. Do not use a person's first name unless you have met them and they have said, call me Peter. If they've given you permission to use their first name, then and only then can you use it. When you're applying, it's Sir, Madam, or Mr. Tillis Langdon, or Mrs. whatever. So make sure you get permission. Never send a blank email. Always include text in your email and briefly explain why you were contacting this person. Nothing more irritating than getting the whole email in the subject line. The actual email is blank, but they put a whole 2 sentences in the subject line, and that's the entire email. And when I see those, first thing I do is, where's my delete button? Cover letter. I've talked a bit about that already. It's to introduce yourself, inspire employers to want to meet you, a chance to demonstrate your communication skills. It's a chance to communicate your communication skills. That covers spelling and grammar. It's not always what you say, it's how you say it. It should be no more than 1 page. Always standard business letter format with your name and contact information at the top. It's written in full sentences, complete paragraphs, not bullet lists, not columns. And remember, everything can go through an applicant tracking system. Applicant tracking systems don't read fancy fonts. Get a sans serif font for both documents. Arial, Calibri, Garamond, there's a bunch of them. Google it. Sans serif fonts. And remember, when writing a cover letter, nobody buys what you do. They buy why you do it. Show who you are. Show your passion for the industry. You're an AI person, right? Why would anybody choose to be a computer nerd? You chose that in life? Why? Is AI important? Is it going to make a difference to the world? Is it going to change how we live, how we move around the planet, how we cook things? Yeah, AI is going to make a massive... Okay, I'd want to hire the person who believes in what they do, that has a bit of a vision for the future, that values the effort they put in and realizes it makes a difference to others and the world. That's the person I want to hire. Not the person who says, I got lots of qualifications, pick me, pick me. I don't think so. Nobody buys what you do, they buy why you do it. Show your why. The resume. It is a factual document. It's to highlight relevant education and experience. North American resumes can be very different from other countries. It's to highlight any additional relevant qualifications and skills. No more than 2 pages. As wonderful as you are, as amazing as your life has been, nobody wants to read your autobiography. 2 pages. Always include a letterhead with your name and contact information at the top, not in a header. Applicant tracking systems don't read headers. They don't print out what they don't see. So an employer would get all your qualifications and no contact information. Do you think they're going to dig around and try and figure out who you are? Or, oh, gee, I got 868 of these, I'm going to hit delete and go to the next. Should be written in point form, make it easy to read. Tailor the document to each specific position, job description, company, show value for your employer. Don't use headers, footers, text boxes, fancy bullets, borders, extra lines. Don't try to make it pretty. The machine that's going to read it doesn't like pretty. The human that will eventually get it doesn't care about pretty. They're looking for information they can gather quickly and easily to make a fast decision. Nobody wants to spend all day reading resumes. Keep it simple. Keep it clear. Oh, come on. Important tip. You want to answer the question, why should I hire you over all the other equally qualified, highly trained people? Why would I want to hire you? Makes you nervous, doesn't it, when someone goes, you? You're cool and collected, I see. When communicating with employers, focus on what the benefits are for them in hiring you. Remember, nobody hires what you do, they hire why you do it. They're hiring a person, not a list of qualifications. It's good that you're qualified, but so are lots of other people. What makes you special? Show the value that you bring to the position by showing the value you have gained from previous experience. That includes education. So many students give me the name of some school somewhere and the name of some course they took and think that has any value. Okay, a lot of you went to some university I've never heard of, I've never been to, I'm not likely to go to, I have no idea what they teach in other countries. There's no value. It becomes blah, 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 blah. If you attended, as example, Gandhi University, there is one, isn't there? Yeah? Tell me what you learned. Yes, give me the name of the school and the name of the program, but put in 3 to 5 bullet points of what you gained from attending that school. That's the information that has the value. There's no value in the name. Well, unless you went to Harvard in England, or no, Harvard in the US, Oxford in England. Those two I recognize because they're in all the, movies. But even then, what you learned has way more value than the name of your school. Am I going overtime? I'm still good? Good, okay. Well, moving right along, you need to read and understand and follow the policies and procedures for co-op. And there's the link. You must have a program cumulative grade point average of 2.8 or above at the end of term 2. More specifically, before the start of term 3. Once term 3 starts, if you don't have 2.8, you don't qualify for co-op. You must be enrolled in and have successfully completed all programs and courses before co-op start date, which means you can't have an F before the co-op start. You have to have successfully completed the CPS 1001 course. And, sorry, colleges are picky about this. You have to have your fees paid. Eligibility is determined at the end of term 2. There is the possibility of doing a makeup course during your official break. So if you find that you're a little short of that 2.8 at the end of term 2, do a makeup course. See if you can get it to above 2.8 before term 3 starts. If term 3 has started, you're too late. So make sure it's best just to make sure that you have that 2.8 all the time. Be a good student. Learn lots. Okay, here's our co-op preparation timeline. So term 1, you need a study permit. You can do part-time work or full-time work actually now in your field or program. You still need to maintain a GPA of 2.8. So always aim for at least 2.8. Aim for 3 or better, but there's no restriction on the type of work you can do. Keep studying as a priority. Do not let work interfere with your grades and assignments. It's never too early to think about co-op and career. You will be getting out of here. Come out of here shining. Have I gone too far? Yeah, term 2 is about the same. Oh, I did go too far. Yeah, term 2, it's about the same. Keep studying as a priority. But in term 2, you will have the CPS 1001 co-op preparation course. Make sure you get a good mark in that. Then you have break. Woohoo! Work full time. Start looking for a co-op. This is where you need to start getting that curiosity going. You should be networking during your break, connecting with people, making friends, building relationships. It's always good if the boss likes you even before he hires you. That's a big plus. And that's just study permit. You can work part-time or full-time. Definitely be networking, checking out job fairs, doing makeup courses if you need to. You can even do volunteering. That's always respected. Certainly finalize your co-op marketing materials, like resumes, cover letters, and things. You should be thinking about co-op opportunities, meeting with your co-op advisor for assistance. Try and have a list of companies that you want to work for prepared. Then we have term 3. It's always exciting. Again, back to sort of part-time work. You should be actively job searching by term 3. You definitely should be meeting with your co-op advisor and getting extra help with job search and your job search materials. Again, term 3, you can do any type of work, but you should be meeting with your co-op advisor, actively applying to positions on My Career, actively looking for that co-op job. And then, woohoo, term 4, co-op. Paid co-op. Getting paid to go to school. Oh, yes. Okay, it must be full-time, 30 to 40 hours a week, and it has to be in your field. Now, if during your break you get a full-time job and it's in your field, that's when you want to make friends with the boss and say, hey, can I make my next term my co-op here? I'll just keep going. Hey, and it's paid, and you're continuing to work in your field. That's a smart student. What a great way to get a career started. So it must be related to your program of study. To check that, you can check your vocational learning outcomes. I believe they're on Moodle. If you're not sure or can't find them, email your co-op advisor. We'll send you a copy of your vocational learning outcomes, or VLO. Any position for co-op must meet 50% of your program's VLO. And the positions must be found and approved before co-op begins. These things have deadlines, and those deadlines do not shift. There's always a student who comes to me going, oh, sir, please, 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 please. Okay, I don't set the deadlines. Deadlines are set by somebody in Sarnia. My job is to enforce them. And it doesn't matter how much someone goes, please, please, please. Sorry, the deadline is the deadline. Be aware of your deadlines. If someone does not qualify for co-op, they'll get, if you do not qualify for co-op, you'll get moved to work integrated learning. That's for students who did not get 2.8 or above. You don't want to be, well, you might want, I don't know. You decide. For co-op, you must be enrolled in and have successfully completed all the courses, have a program cumulative grade point average of 2.8, successfully completed the CPS 1001 course, typo, and have your fees paid. If you do not meet the co-op eligibility, you'll be moving to work integrated learning. If you have questions or concerns about work permits, please contact Melissa Harris at that email, or you can email immigration@cestarcollege.com. Our immigration folks are on campus several times a week. It's on a first-come, first-served basis, and their schedules can be found on Moodle or at the front desk. But if you have questions about permits and visas, talk to our immigration people. They're really smart. Maybe not about resumes, but immigration stuff, yeah. Any questions, concerns, hopes, fears? I'm here. Any of you rethinking your resumes yet? You should be. Remember, applicant tracking systems are everywhere. They do not read pictures, icons, fancy stuff, pretty lines, borders. Fancy bullets will mess them up. How am I doing for time? I've still got a couple of minutes. All right. When you email out your resume and cover letter, it's going to get captured by the dreaded applicant tracking system, or evil ATS. And what the machine does is it captures your resume, converts it to computer code, because that's what it reads, scans for keywords and phrases. Let me start again. Originally, if we go back 35 years, maybe a bit more, originally there were 4 different types of applicant tracking systems, and only the really big companies had them. Since then, they've been branched out and tweaked and changed, and now there's like 350 different applicant tracking systems. But they're based on one of the original 4. And originally what happened was you'd email your resume out, it would capture your resume, convert it to computer code, scan for keywords, and if you had the right keywords, it gave it to the human. Simple system. But about 8 months into using applicant tracking systems, what the big companies discovered was they suddenly stopped filtering. Everything was getting through. So they hired some computer experts to come in and find out what was wrong with that machine. Well, what the experts discovered was there was nothing wrong with the machine. What some smart people had figured out was they could copy the job ad and paste it into their resume in the white spaces in white. So it's invisible to the human eye, but when the machine converted to computer code, it found everything. It didn't care what color it was. It got all the information. Oh, sneaky. So how do we fix this problem? Well, today, what an applicant tracking system does is it captures your resume, it converts it to computer code, because that's what it reads, scans for keywords and phrases, and then compares that number to everything else in the resume. If you have the right ratio, it gives it to a human. But if you've got a whole bunch of hidden stuff, bye-bye. You're done. The problem you have today, you know that pretty black line you put across the page to separate your contact info from the rest of the resume? That pretty black line is equal to about 1/3 of a page of computer code. Oh, and some people will have like 3 or 4 lines dividing each section. Gee, you've just added another couple pages to your resume. The little black dot bullet is equal to about half a line of code. The little square dot bullet is a small paragraph of code. If you go to the really cool 3D arrowhead, each one of those is like half a page of code. And when the machine converts it and all that code goes in, your ratio, it sucks. You're done. Doesn't work. Don't try to make it pretty. Employers aren't looking for pretty. They're looking for good information they can scan quickly and easily. Do any of you have a job objective on your resume? No one's going to admit to it. Yeah, nobody reads the job objective. Every employer out there already knows your job objective. It's to get hired. Anything else is a pile of fluff. I use fluff because I'm not allowed to use other words. Fluff. Nobody reads that. Don't waste their time. They're looking for your skills, certifications, really important. If you're certified in something, that's the first thing anybody wants to see. You got a certification, you got specific skills, but make sure you justify it. No one wants to see team player. Yeah, so's my dog. Hang on. Sorry, old ears. Try again.
You didn't justify the companies in which we can work. Is it only about one specific sector or specific type, specific level, specific size?
Good question. He's asking me about where he can work. And I could certainly list some companies that students have worked at before, but there's no guarantee you'd get hired there anyway. And, not knowing which program you're in. But to answer the question, the reality is, where you work, nobody cares. The title they give you, they can call you King of Guacamole. I don't care. What you're doing on the job, that we look at very carefully. It must meet 50% of your program's VLO. What you're doing, that counts. For who? I don't care, as long as you're doing what goes with your program. The actual tasks, that we look at. Does that answer your question? You can be employed. You cannot start a co-op until your co-op term. And just make sure you're doing something related to your program so that, it makes sense. And I see Student Services is here. They're going to kick me out. Any other questions? Have I been singing and dancing long enough? Okay. And again, please don't hesitate to make an appointment. We do have walk-in hours. You can come to the front desk in this building and sign up on QList if you want to speak to one of the co-op advisors, or if you want a specific advisor, book an appointment. We also have Tuesdays 11 till 1. We have online walk-ins. So you can meet with us virtually through the computer system. Okay? Have a wonderful day. Learn lots.
Thank you, Peter. We'll do a quick break for 4 minutes, and then we'll regroup here again for the next session for student services. So 4-minute break, and we'll come back. Thank you. So we'll regroup in 2 minutes. All right, we're gonna start now. We're gonna start in 1 minute. If you can ask everyone to go back to their seats. So we can ask all the volunteers to gather our students to be back here at the atrium. We will start in 1 minute. We can ask all the volunteers. Let's gather our new students. We will start our last session for the morning. And then we're gonna have a break for everyone. All right. I can ask everyone to come back. There's more seats in front. We'll be starting right now. Volunteers, if you can ask everyone to go back to their seats, we will be starting now. So don't worry about the company booths. They'll be here the whole day and also the whole week. If you want to visit some mobile networks, so they'll be here the whole day. All right, so we're going to start now. So it's our one more session before our break. But before we go to the next session, we want to invite a very special person. I would like to welcome our director here in the college, Mr. Michael Varakis.
Thanks a lot, Nicholas. Welcome, students. How are you? Everything okay? Welcome. Good morning. You guys excited? I don't hear that excitement in your voice. Are you excited to be in Canada? We're excited to have you here. Welcome. Happy New Year. And I'm just looking at the students from the programs today. BMAT, welcome. Financial Planning, Wealth Management, FPWT. Artificial Intelligence, AIMT. DevOps, DOCT. Chemical Analysis, LAQT, and the Food Safety Program, FSIT. No, Financial Services Investigative Program, FSIT. So welcome. My name is Michael Varakis. I'm your director, and it's great to have you here. Lambton College in Toronto is a public-private partnership between Sarnia. Lambton College is in Sarnia, was incepted in 1967. We've been around since 2011, and we deal with all the students in the Toronto area, okay? So we are Lambton's campus in Toronto. Since the summer of 2011, we've had over 20,000 graduates. We started with one program and 30 students. We currently have over 6,700 students in 21 programs in business, health, and technology. So it's great to have our students here, and our students are all international. They come from 50 different countries. Now, which country are you from? Where are students from here? What country are you from? India, great. We have a lot of our students are from India. Which other country? Mexico, beautiful. Which part of Mexico? Mexico City. You don't call it DF anymore, eh? What do you call it now? Mexico City. Okay, very good, excellent. I asked you about Mexico because my wife is Mexican, so I pretend to know something. Where else are students? Where else are students from? Nepal, welcome. We have a lot of students from Nepal the last few years, so welcome. It's great to have you here. Where else are students from? Colombia, home of Shakira, beautiful country. Okay, welcome. Where else? Philippines, we have a lot of students from Philippines now. Thank you very much. Thanks for attending. Excellent. Where else? We've got all the countries. Sri Lanka, welcome. Other countries? That's it? Anywhere else? Okay, who has the first trip to Canada? Put your hands up. First trip to Canada? Okay, awesome, welcome. First trip on an airplane? Okay, great. First time to see snow? Okay, you're gonna see a lot of it here. And we had a little taste last week, but till the end of March, probably the beginning of April, it's the weather is really something else here. But you got to get used to it, and you've got to include it in your lifestyle. So there's skiing, there's snowboarding, there's skating. There's a lot of fun activities that Canadians do with this white stuff. To a lot of people, it's a pain, but Anyways, these are the winners. International students, why are you here? You're here for 3 reasons. Number 1, you want to get your 2-year certificate, so you get your 3-year postgraduate work permit. Number 2, you want to get a job related to your program of studies. Number 3, you want to get your permanent residency. Who's on that plan? Okay, only 14 people? Who's on that plan? I don't see everyone's hand up. Who's on that plan? Okay, we understand that, okay? We understand why our students are here, and we've got a talented staff and instructor base that it's here to assist you. Over 250 people work here to make sure that your dream becomes a reality. Now, we can't do your homework. Unfortunately, you've got to do that heavy lifting yourself. You've got to balance between coming to school, doing your studies, working, making yourself, integrating yourself into the Canadian system. It's a job. That's your biggest task right there, to be able to integrate that. Starting November 15th of 2022, students can work full-time. It used to be that they could only work 20 hours a week. Now they can work full-time from November 15th to the end of December 2023. Make sure that you take that in moderation, because your primary purpose here in Canada is to study. You'll get employers that'll say to you, don't worry about studying, come here, you can make tons of money, you can buy the iPhone super duper, you can get this, you can get that. Don't fall into that trap, because without graduating from this 2-year program, you're not going to be able to get the 3-year postgraduate work permit. Plus, you've got to follow your program map. You're doing your first semester in winter 2023, your second semester in summer of 2023. You'll be on academic break for fall 2023. Your third semester is in winter 2024, and your final semester, which I hope is co-op, will be in summer of 2024. So by the end of August 2024, you're done your studies. By mid-September 2024, you'll have your graduation documents. You can apply for your postgraduate work permit online with your graduation documents. That's the program you need to follow. Now, students fall off the wagon. They get, maybe some other priorities. Bad things do happen to good people. Sometimes it's not their choice what hand is being dealt to them. I want you to know that we're here to help and assist. My word of advice to each and every one of you is that reach out to us here at the college, whatever your situation is. We're here to assist. We're here to help. I've got my colleagues that are coming up from Student Services. They're going to give you a ton of different points and emails of what to do in different situations. Please understand that this information is sincere and it's only there to help you. We can't be a success without international students. Without you, we can't be a success. But without us, you can't reach your goals and what you want to do in Canada. So it's a two-way street. We work with each other to make sure that your dreams are realized. Welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. I look forward to being able to see each and every one of you. Stop by and see us, stop by and see me or any of our staff. Come to the reception, make an appointment, make sure that we're here. We're more than willing to assist you in any way possible. Thank you for choosing Lambton College in Toronto. Welcome. Take care. And at this time, I'd like to introduce my colleagues from Student Services, Tamara and Nicole, two wonderful individuals, and they will share with you their background and what they can do to assist you. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Everything's okay? Yeah, good. Okay, thank you all for coming back after your little break. I know you've been sitting for a long time this morning, But this is the best presentation, so don't worry, you're going to have fun with us. My name is Nicole Pasetta, and this is my colleague.
Tamara Estwick. Happy New Year, everybody.
Yes, Happy New Year. So we are your student services, okay? If you have anything that you want to talk about during your time here at Lambton throughout your course, you come to us, okay? Except you don't come to us if it's anything to do with your grades, your instructor, your class, your work. That's something that you speak to your instructor about, okay, your coursework. But if you want to talk to us about, you know, I'm not doing very well with my studies, or I need some more tutoring help, or perhaps finances, or having difficulty integrating the weather, Toronto, anything like that outside of your actual studies, we're here for you, okay? So you might be thinking, no, I'm not going to need anything. You might, okay? And it's free. We're here for you. We're here to support you in the 2 years that you're at the school, okay? So yeah, next. Once again, our names Tamara and Nicole. Keep that in mind when you have to come and see us, when you want to come and see us. Today, we started yesterday. We're here every day this week from 11 to 12. So if you want to come back, or maybe a friend of yours hasn't come yet, tell them to come tomorrow and Thursday. Friday, January 6th, is mandatory, 10 to 11:30. We strongly urge all of you to come because we will be showing you how to use the portals. Everything online. And we also want you to bring your devices, your phone, your laptop. Your laptop is better because you shouldn't be doing any of your coursework through your phone. Sometimes you can't even see things on the phone that you'll see on your laptop. So bring them in. We're going to have this giant tutorial with all of the Term 1 students here, and we're going to walk you through the steps, okay, how to access your My Lambton, the Moodle, self-serve, etc., and so forth. Okay? That's Friday. And there's the time, 10 to 11:30 a.m. here. Yeah, next. So today we're going to talk about what kind of services we offer. Go ahead, Tamar. Areas of advisement and services. Before we move on, what do you think student services, because I'm sure your other colleges and universities and high schools back home, you had something like this, right? Some kind of office that you could go to. What do you think we're here for? Like, what would you think you might request as a student, as an international student? Anybody? Any ideas? Why would you come to us personally? What do you think? Bless you. Anyone? No? Nothing? Sorry, say again? What kind of assistant? You said some assistant? He said some assistant? Yeah. What kind of assistance? Yeah. Brilliant. He said the education from back home is different than the education here. That is something that because I was a teacher here, something I saw a lot. For example, many of the students that come from India, I learned, I didn't know this before, that a lot of the coursework, the assignments you do throughout the semester, it's not that they don't count, but usually the fact of passing a course is contingent, relies on that final exam, right? That's not the way it works here. All those little assignments you do throughout the course, they add up. So you can't just coast through them thinking, I'm going to do the last test, the last exam, the last assignment. By that point, at the end of the term, it's already too late, and that's what brings your GPA down. So that's something. It's very great that you said that you recognize that. That's what we call a learning curve, right? That's something a lot of international students learn kind of the hard way here, okay? So you can come to us for that, and we can give you some academic advice on how to get, back on track, how to bring your grades back up. On the Moodle, which we're going to talk more about on Friday, you're going to see a home page like this. And at the very top, where I've circled red, is a hyperlink that says Student Services. Peter talked about Co-op, which is the link next to ours. If you click on that hyperlink, you can go home and, or later today, you can look at it. It'll bring you to our page, and it will tell you everything that we do. We're going to talk a little bit about each area this morning, but if you go there, like let's say you're home and you're thinking, I have a problem with this. I wonder who can help me at Lambton. Go to that page and you'll say, oh, look, Student Services, they offer this. And usually there's an email for you to be able to send a message to someone in order for someone to get back information that you might require, okay? Thanks, Tamara. When you send a message, you do need to wait between 24 and 72 hours, business, like work day hours, for us to get back. So I know you're sitting here right now thinking, oh yeah, that makes sense. I can't even begin to tell you how many students send a message and later that day they send another message, and then the next day they send another message. The problem with that is that it clogs up the ticketing system, and then you have like 3 or 4 people answering one student, and it delays the process, okay? So please just send one ticket. We will get back to you. We absolutely will get back to you, but you have to give us time. We have 6,000 plus students in the school, and we can't answer everybody like that, right? We have to go through the order of tickets that come in. That's our address, studentservices@cestarcollege.com. As I mentioned, it's a ticketing system. It goes into we see your name, your student ID number, and the subject. If I can't answer it, I send it to somebody who can. So if you're sending a co-op request or a finance request or a registration request, an academics request, it comes through this system, and I, or who else is working on the tickets, forward it to the correct department, okay? The Moodle is going to be your best friend. People may have already said this to you, but that is the place that you go, I would say check it daily. Check it in the morning, see what's coming up, what's going to be happening on campus. Oftentimes, students send a ticket and the answer is already on the Moodle, okay? So I would love to have a personal secretary. I think everybody here would love to have a personal secretary, but we can't be your personal secretaries because there's too many of you. We're outnumbered, okay? So go to the Moodle or go to our homepage, Student Services, to see if there's any changes or updates. On the Moodle, you'll also see our hours of operation. So it'll tell you if we have video chat hours, it'll tell you what our walk-in hours are. Walk-in is a different process. So this is an email. Walk-in is if you come in the front reception, 271, through those Yorkland Boulevard, there is a little machine to the right of the doors. It's called a queue list. You have to put in your name, your student number, and the reason why you're coming, and then you wait. It gives a little ping to us inside our office. Then we come out and we get you. You come into our office and you have a one-on-one chat with us. You have 2 options. You can either send an email, you can come and see us, or actually a third. There's video chat, okay? If you're home, or sometimes if you're, I don't know, for whatever reason, in your home country, although I think everyone is supposed to be here right now, okay? So there are many ways to get a hold of us. Yeah, thanks, dear. So this is what we're basically going to be touching on. And I'm not going to be telling you a lot about each one of them. I'm just going to give you a little bit of an example, Tamara and I, so that you have a sense of what you can come to us with and how we can better your stay while you're here, okay? Outside of the actual classroom work that you're doing. Thanks, Tamara. For instance, we might direct you to different departments. We might not have an answer for you directly, so you might contact us. We will contact someone else, let you know that we're trying to find out for you, and then process an email back to you. Yeah. For example, we have a third person that works in student services. Her name is Manvinder Kaur. Manvinder is our registration and finance person. So typically, if you send a ticket asking about your accounts, finances, balance, et cetera, and so forth, that ticket will get sent to Manvinder, who typically processes it and gets back to, sometimes to you directly, or it goes through us, okay? Any account updates, you're gonna have access to self-service on your My Lambton. By the way, when you contact us, only use your My Lambton. The reason for that is sometimes Gmail, or oftentimes Gmail and Hotmail doesn't come through. So you can send something, but it's sitting in our bin somewhere, you know, our spam or whatever. It's just not recognizing you because the system is a bit of a fortress, right? So that we don't get hacked, et cetera, and so forth. So you've got to go through your My Lambton account. Conduct and complaints and or grievances, okay? Sometimes, and this is okay too, you might want to come to us just to vent, right? Toronto, Canada, blah, 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 blah. That's okay too. You can come. Come just to tell us how, you know, difficult it is here, or come to tell us how much you love it here, or how frustrated you are, or how enlightened you are, et cetera, and so forth. You can come and have a cry. If you want to have a cry, you can have a cry. Crying is welcome, okay? Problems are opportunities, so we want to help you with those opportunities. Come to us, okay? We are the place you go to while you're here. Got it? Yeah? Okay. Yeah. The college policies. Typically, when I was teaching here, the first day of your class, your instructor is going to show you college policies, or it's going to be either distributed to you or given to you somewhere in your Adobe. Mark, they have Adobe, right? Yeah, in your Adobe, it'll be listed there. So you can go through the policies. They're the same policies for everything you're going to do here. It's kind of like logistics, right? If you're absent, if you've missed a test, I don't know, what else could happen? If you're sick, any other reason? That's it? Okay. Those are the top three, okay? So those policies are things you should familiarize yourself with. Because if you come to us, you come all the way from wherever you're living to wait for an appointment and come in and ask us something that you could have actually found on the Moodle or in your self-service, it's kind of like, you know, time-consuming for you and for us, because you could have found it yourself. Which takes me to the next point. The biggest difference I find between working with domestic students and working with international students is that many of you, I think all of you, you're juggling a lot, right? Not only are you coming to classes, but you're trying to figure out the city, you're doing commuting, probably laundry for the first time, right? Getting your groceries, managing a job or looking for a job. You got a lot of stuff happening, okay? So that is part of your responsibility, your learning responsibility. That comes with, you know, arriving here and, you know, going on this adventure, if you will, that you guys are on right now, okay? Grade appeals. I'm not going to talk too much about that, but it's basically a platform where students have a voice. If they're not happy with a grade, something to do with their work in their class, they don't feel that they were graded fairly, et cetera, and so forth, you can actually appeal the grade. It's a process. It takes, I would say, about 3 or 4 weeks turnaround. It's not a quick process, but it is something that we offer you for your education, okay? So that you are actively engaged in your learning here. Next. Registration issues. I'm not going to talk to each of these. I'm going to leave this. We're just going to move forward. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, this one too. I think we'll just jump ahead. Oh yeah, if you have on your name, yeah? What's that? It's too loud? I'm too loud? I'm too loud? I have to be louder. Okay, yeah, sorry. If you're, oftentimes the system, the Cestar database, doesn't allow for perhaps longer names or all of your names. If you want your name changed, you do need to let us know, first of all, what the change is that you would like, and the change has to be consistent with what is on your either birth certificate or passport or your letter of agreement. And the reason for that is that's how you're recognized, from a government's perspective. So if you have a nickname and you'd say, I'd really like my nickname, I don't want my father's name or my sister's second name or my aunt's, I don't want it anywhere. We can't do that, right? We can't tailor it for you. So we're going to ask you for a specific ID. If there's not enough space for your name, you do need to let us know, and we'll rectify that for you so that your final graduate certificate documents, everything is consistent, okay, for your graduation. Yep. So if there is a problem, and I don't think problems are bad things, problems are good things, problems are growth, okay? If there's a problem in your coursework, the first place you go is your instructor, okay? And you're having an adult conversation with them. It's not about, accusing or screaming, or I know you know this, but I'm just reiterating. They're teachers, they have many, many courses, many students, probably, upwards of 3 classes, 4, 5, 6 classes, 100 plus students. You have a discussion with them and you say, I'd like to talk about, you can email them, say, I'd like to talk about my grade, I'd like to talk about my missed quiz, I'd like to try to, understand better. That's the first point of contact, because we at Student Services cannot intervene. We cannot tell a teacher to change something or do something. That would be totally unprofessional, okay? The second part, if you cannot get a hold of your instructor, then you can either send a ticket or you come and see us through the queue list. Typically, you will have already established a relationship with your instructor in your classroom and the coursework, okay? Next. So now we're going to move to student council, and I'm going to pass this over to my colleague Tamara, and I'm going to come back for the last few slides. Thanks, dear.
Awesome. Thank you. Good morning again and Happy New Year. I'm going to talk about student council and some initiatives that are taking place with student services. So how many of you here consider yourselves leaders? Put your hand up. Are you a leader? Only a handful of leaders? How many of you are followers? Nobody puts their hands up. How many of you are in between, or it depends on the situation? Cool. Well, if you want to play a role in the direction of the college, mainly in terms of what students experience here, we are accepting applications for student council. The deadline is Friday, January 6th at 12 p.m. There should be information posted on Moodle, as well as there will be information posted on our social media platform. There are instructions to apply for student council that need to be followed. If the instructions are not followed, your application will not be considered. Why do you think that's the case? Any ideas of why your application would not be considered if you don't follow the instructions? Any ideas? Think about it personally. When you didn't follow an instruction, were you granted the request that you were making? Yes? No? Everybody's looking at me like, I don't know what to answer. Or is it because I'm wearing a mask and you're trying to figure out how I look like? Maybe in between? Okay, so essentially, you are in a learning environment. So make as many mistakes as possible in a learning environment, which is a school. Because in the real world, there are certain expectations, right? So I want you to think of applying for student council as if you're applying for a job. When you read a job description, the majority of the people who read a job description go straight to the salary because they want to know how much they would make, right? I'm guilty of that too, right? You're probably guilty of that too, right? Sometimes jobs don't have salaries. So this is something that you're going to experience in Canada. The reason why the information is so strict is because in the real world, when you are applying for jobs, employers will provide a description of the job as well as little nuggets somewhere in the job description to see if you actually read the information and are following the instructions. And if you don't follow the application instructions, they will not look at your application. Same principle applies here. Make sure that you read. I know we're tired of reading, and I know in this day of social media where we have characters of about 50, our attention spans are small. But we lost the art of reading because there's so much information that is provided when we can read something that's a page long, 2 pages long. So please get into the habit of reading. You're going to be doing that in your classes. And the more you read, the more information you will receive, and you'll be on the right track. So make sure if you are interested in student council, read the instructions or your application will not be considered. And this is something that will serve you in your lives here in Canada. Okay, so another initiative that Student Services is responsible for is mental health. Has any of you back home had a major discussion about mental health in your classrooms, in your workplaces, anything like that? You can just put up your hand. You don't have to say anything. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, good. In Canada, mental health, the topic of mental health is important. In the last few years, there have been a major campaign, national campaign, around the importance of mental health. Around this time of the year in Canada, because we live in a country that has the winter season, it's the darkest, it's the coldest, it's the gloomiest, it's not very sunny. So those kinds of things affect our mental health, how we perceive things, how we process things, how we look at the world, etc. And consequently, unfortunately, a lot of people commit suicides or kill themselves as a result of our season. Mental health is important. As Nicole mentioned, for many international students, the challenge of transitioning from back home to a different environment, different everything, can play a toll on your mental health. So if you feel like you are affected in any way, please come and see us. We're gonna play a really short video on the importance of mental health and see in ways in which, in the academic setting, how mental health is supported.
You can't tell how someone feels just by looking at them or what they share online. To the outside world, our lives may look perfect, even if in reality they aren't. I'm always worrying about doing well at school, and with the end of year test coming up, I'm not sure how much longer I can cope. My thoughts swarm around my head, sometimes keeping me up all night. Some days it's just all too much, and I feel like I'm lost in space. When I did badly on one of my tests, I just about kept it together until I got home. Then I broke down crying in front of my mum. She listened for a bit, and then she told me that, just like physical health, we all have mental health. It's our feelings, our thinking, our emotions, and our moods. She then said that feeling down, angry, and stressed is a normal part of life, just like it's normal to feel happy, confident, and carefree sometimes. We all have positive and negative emotions that come and go based on what's happening around us. These are everyday feelings. Good mental health means experiencing negative emotions. It's not always about being happy. Mum can relate to the feelings of stress. So when Mum suggested I take a break from everything and do something I enjoy, I actually took her advice. So I made myself a hot chocolate, snuggled up in a duvet and watched a film. And you know what? Afterwards I felt so much better. Mum should take her own advice.
Most of us only ever share the good things. We don't like to share how we really feel. Every morning when I wake up, negative thoughts stream through my head. Getting out of bed and pretending I'm okay takes all the energy I have. As the day goes on, the negative thoughts turn from a stream into a river. The water rushes through my head so loudly it's hard to concentrate in lessons. And some days it's so bad it feels like a waterfall that's trying to pull me over the edge. Everything is so overwhelming. I didn't think my friends would understand if I told them how down I was feeling. But when Sasha opened up to me about how stressed she was feeling, I told her. I wasn't sure how to bring up how I'd been feeling, so I started by saying that I didn't feel like myself. Just her listening made me feel like she understood. She told me some things that had helped her, so I tried them too, but it didn't make much of a difference. Even when I tried to be around my friends, I felt alone. The things I used to enjoy weren't fun anymore.
I was really worried about Andre and not sure what to do. He was quiet and wasn't hanging out with us like he used to. So I asked our head of year for some advice. He suggested I get Andre to speak to him since his negative feelings weren't going away.
I didn't want to speak to our head of year, but I also didn't want to keep feeling so down, so I went. He said that sometimes we have overwhelming feelings that can be more intense than our everyday feelings. These feelings hang around for a long time and change the way we feel, think, and behave. They can stop us doing what we want to in life. That's what I was going through. He also said that if we're physically unwell, we let people know, we ask for help. It should be no different with mental health. Sometimes our overwhelming feelings are brought on because of things in our life. Sometimes they happen for no reason at all. After hearing this, I felt much less alone and it felt good to talk. Scientists have found exercise can help when you're feeling low, so our head of year encouraged me to sign up to the school football club, which Sasha was already in. I still have days when the river is there, but now I'm beginning to understand my mental health. I'm learning how to cope. Our head of year reminded me that my friends, family, teachers, and lots of others at school are there to help just as much as he is. I had no idea the people around me could be so understanding. And while it's not always easy to talk about my mental health, the person I'm talking to might be able to help. If you don't feel like talking, that's fine. You could try writing, sports, reading, art, music, playing with your pet, whatever makes you feel better.
If you're the person someone talks to when they're struggling, just listen with no pressure or judgments. You don't have to have the answer. If you feel unsure about anything, you can speak to a trusted adult. Talking about mental health doesn't have to be difficult. After all, it's something we all have.
So mental health is as important as your physical health. They're both connected. If you're physically not healthy, your mind is not healthy. And if your mind is not healthy, you're physically not healthy. So if you need supports, please come to Student Services. If we can't help you, we will refer you off campus to any community agency. The great thing about the GTA is that there are a lot of community agencies, social service agencies that are multilingual, that are faith-based, that are linguistic-based and culturally based. So if you do not feel comfortable speaking to Nicole or I or even Manvinder about your situation, we can refer you off-site. So again, for the referrals off-site, so they can be in the form of mental health concerns, harassment and bullying. Do you guys understand the concept of harassment and bullying? This may take place in your classrooms between students, instructor and students, faculty and faculty. Like, if you know what harassment and bullying looks like, because as human beings, we're all flawed, takes place in any environment. So be aware of that. Know that the college has a zero tolerance for this stuff. If you feel like you're being harassed or you see someone being harassed or bullied, please let us know. We have a team of 5 people regarding the mental health. I am the last resort. I've been providing mental health counseling for over 10 years, but these 5 individuals will be the ones who you first initially meet with. And if your mental health situation supersedes what they are able to do, then I will meet with you. So quickly going over what mental health is and is not. Mental health is part of everyone, so everyone has it or should have it. It's something that we all should look after. It's real and very complex because human beings are complex. It's very important, and it's something you can change. But mental health is not a sign of weakness. If you come forward and say that I'm struggling, that to me is a sign of strength. It isn't all in your head. It isn't something you can just snap out of. I remember growing up, I was born and raised in Canada, to Caribbean parents. So our culture, it's progressing a little bit, but in our culture back in the day, when I was struggling with stress, my parents used to tell me, go to church and pray it away and it'll be all better. And then I'd go to church and pray it away and the issue was still there, right? Sometimes, depending on your society or culture, the idea of mental health is taboo, or there's no word for it, right? In the Canadian context, it's different. Mental health isn't always a negative thing. There's something called good stress, and it isn't something to be ashamed of. Okay, so another initiative Student Services is tackling, and this may be a heavy subject because depending on where you are from around the world, some of these topics may not be discussed, but they are discussed in Canada. And that is sexual assault, harassment, and violence. Okay? If you need supports, please reach out to me. There are 4 types of sexual harassment. Now, I know the idea of speaking about sexual harassment or sex in a public space with people from different parts of the world who have different interpretations or understanding may be uneasy, but we have to normalize it because everyone, well, no, I'm not gonna make that statement. Anyway, there's 4 types of sexual harassment. One is verbal, the other is nonverbal, one is written, and the last one is physical. Okay? It would be cool if we could watch this YouTube video, but what we will do at the end of this week, we will compile a list of all of you who were here at the session and send you the PowerPoint presentation so you can watch some of these videos because they're educational and very important. So the impact of online sexual harassment or which is a form of cyberbullying, if you guys have heard that term before. Sexual harassment of this kind can make a person feel any of the following: threatened or scared. Mainly for international students. I will tell you this from experience. Whether you're an international student or a newcomer, you all will be targeted in form of scams. Whether it's to your email, text messages, phone calls, you will be targeted with scams. And the reason is because you're a vulnerable group of people who don't know the rules and the laws of Canada. So you may fall prey or victim to some scams where they either try to extort you for money, which sexual harassment can play a role in. Sexual trafficking, a lot of newcomers, international students, get caught up in sexual trafficking, which is essentially scamming you, using pictures, using different forms of harassment to get you to perform sexual acts. Okay? You guys have to be super vigilant. What Nicole said before, there's so many things that you're juggling with. Scams is another thing. You are a primary target for scams, and some of those scams are sexual in nature. Okay? You may feel exploited, coerced, that your dignity is violated, and you have the right to report this. But in my experience, what I've found with international students or newcomers, they're afraid to report it because they think it's going to affect their immigration status in Canada. That if they go to the police, then they will be targeted and deported. And that's what a lot of scammers use. They think you don't know the rules, they think you don't know the laws, so we'll exploit you. You are in Canada. The only difference between me and you is that I'm a Canadian citizen and you're an international student. But the rules apply. If I harass you, call the police and they'll come after me. All right? You are protected just as I am, just that our immigration status is different. Okay. Now I'm going to pass it over to Nicole. If you have any questions about some of the things that I spoke about, you saw my email address. We'll share with you the PowerPoint presentation. Please get in touch with me. There's no shame in asking questions to learn more about certain things, okay?
No, here, it's too much. Can't do both. I can't do the clicker and the microphone at the same time. It's too much. So one thing I didn't say when we started, everyone, was obviously you notice that we're wearing masks, okay? I just want you to know that it's optional. I don't want you to feel you don't have to wear it here in the school or in Canada right now. They strongly advise you. Places like transit. You notice that our other speaker, Peter, for co-op, he was also wearing a mask. It's winter, okay, in Canada. For those of us who grew up here, know the spread of germs, a lot of us just want to be safe. And you can wear it, so don't feel that you're going to look strange if you're wearing one or not wearing one. It's totally your choice. For some of us who want to wear it, you know, it's just, I think, part of the new normal now, okay? So don't think of it as a barrier to something. It's really just the new norm, the new normal, okay? Many of you are probably either just settling into a place or still looking for a place. Maybe you're in a temporary place of lodging, you know, like a hotel or what is that thing called? Airbnb. Sorry, I'm old school, right? Airbnb. Maybe you're not yet settled, okay? So that's something we want to touch on. We're not going to speak too much about it this morning, but just to give you an idea that we also help you with this. So at the front desk where you sign in for the queue list, there's also 2 racks by the doors. And on those racks, we have a lot of, you know, hard copies of email contacts, whether it's housing or community activities. Could be for employment. It could be for course fees or how to access something online. It's just a hard copy of the stuff that you'll find online. And one of them is housing supports and tips, okay? Yep. This is, before Tamara said the GTA, and I thought, I wonder if the students know what that means. It's so typical that we're speaking with acronyms, right? GTA stands for the Greater Toronto Area. So we often say the GTA. I think every country has something like that. You know, the Greater Mumbai area, the Greater Delhi area, or the Greater Bogota area, right? There's like the area that surrounds the city, the major city, the big city. So we are more or less where the red star is, okay? We're in Toronto proper. So if you're close to the campus, the advantage is you're not going to be commuting for an hour and a half, 2 hours to get here. Now, it's kind of like a you know, catch-22, if you know what that metaphor is, right? You're either going to live close to the campus and use Toronto Transit or not have to leave 2 hours before to get to your morning class, which sometimes, for some calendars, starts at 8 a.m. That's not unheard of. I start at 8 a.m., so I wake up at 5 to get myself ready to get here, okay? If you're living outside of Toronto, then you have to commute. So some of you might want to stay with family or friends who live in Etobicoke or Mississauga or Brampton or Pickering, et cetera, and so forth. That's great. However, the disadvantage is that you're going to have to commute. And that is your responsibility, okay? That's part of the, you know, adult learning the process that you're here for. It's not a big deal. So typically in Canada, I want to say excuses about transit or the weather sort of don't work, right? Because that's just part of living in Canada. Here's a little tip for you. The province of Ontario is so big that the country of France can fit inside the province 4 times. So it's big. If you see Brampton, and I'm saying Brampton because a lot of students typically go to Brampton, they have friends or family, or it's just a little more familiar, right? We have a huge South Asian demographic in Brampton. Coming from Brampton can take you an hour and a half, 2 hours commute in the morning, okay? If that's your choice, that's fine, but you need to own that responsibility. Your responsibility to us, to your letter of agreement, to your study permit, to your experience here is coming to class, okay? So the old, it's cold, it's snowing, the weather said that it's going to be raising, and I'm coming from Brampton, etc. That doesn't, you can't write us a ticket about that. Or you can't ask, can you defer this? Or can I work from home? Can I have online access? And that's something I want to clear up here and now. The online access, except for this first month for you guys, that was something that the world created for a very extreme measure that we all experienced called COVID, right? Before COVID, this online, access never existed. You just had to go to school. And if you missed a day, you had to ask your friend or your buddy, hey, what did we do yesterday? Can you let me know? Can you take notes? Can you get me an extra copy of blah, blah, blah? We're back to that now. I know it sounds like, yeah, that makes sense. Why are you telling me that, Nicole? The reason I'm telling you that is we get a lot of tickets. I don't feel well. Can I have online access today? No. Okay? This is not like a la carte menu where I'd like to come today, but I don't want to come tomorrow. I got to do this. No, no, no. First and foremost, you're here to study. You've been given a program map and a calendar, and you've got to follow those. Okay? So, you can come to us. Yeah, that's good. Here are some of the apps and email addresses. If you go on Facebook, these are some internal things where other students, you're networking, they're saying, we have an empty room, or we need a 4th person. I know that there's buildings around this area, around the Don Mills Shepherd. I've heard a lot of students tell us they'll get a 3-bedroom, 4 people sharing, whatever, right? This kind of thing goes on. So reach out and network with one another to try to find accommodation. I personally, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I think staying closer to the campus in the long run is way easier than having a commute for 2 hours in the morning and your class might end at 9 at night, right? We can't change the class because you have to travel 2.5 hours, okay? So please keep that in mind. Anything else? Yeah, that's it. So here's our address again, studentservices@cestarcollege.com. You don't have to say to Tamara, to Nicole, you'll just send it with your subject heading, and we'll contact you through the system, and we can also ask you, come on in, come to the queue list, walk in, and you can see us. You can have a chat with us live, okay, about any of the issues that we touched on today. Now, before we wrap up, do we have any questions, anything at all that you might want to ask before we see you again on Friday with your devices? Anyone? You're a quiet group. Yesterday, they were so chatty. Chatty group yesterday. This group's very quiet. No questions? You're all good? You feel like you're in good hands? You hope so? Yeah, we're qualified. We're old. We're qualified. We've been around. Okay, if you're too shy to ask right now, today, please, later today, send us a ticket, okay? We'll answer you. Don't worry, okay? We're good at the talk, so don't feel like I don't know how to do it. I don't know if I'm having mental health. Come in and say, I don't know if I'm having a mental health problem, and we can discuss it, okay? You might not know. You might not know that. You might just have a feeling. So that's okay too. So thank you very much. I know you're going to have a break tomorrow. Anything else? You remember my name? Yeah? And her name? Perfect. That's everything you need to know, okay? Okay, everyone, thank you very much, and we'll see you Friday with your devices here, okay?
Thank you, Nicole and Tamara. So now we're going to have a quick break. Please proceed here, just behind you guys. There's a cafeteria. Please line up. Our volunteers will be handing out some snacks, some water, and other things. And feel free to visit our companies around. There's lots of good deals and some freebies, so check them out. We'll regroup at 12:45 for your Meet Your Program Coordinator session. Thank you, guys. So again, 12:45, meet your program coordinator. So check out the projector. So you'll be going to those classrooms at 12:45. Enjoy the break. Thank you. right, we're going to start the program coordinators soon at 12:45. Please start proceeding to your classrooms. For today, we have AIMT, BMAT, DOCT, FPWT, FSIT, and LAQT. So the classrooms, if it starts with number 2, it's on the second floor. If it's 1, it's on the first floor. So please look for your classrooms. We will start the Meet Your Program Coordinator at 12:45. Thank you. be another 5 more minutes, and then we can start coming here at the atrium for the next workshop. So we're just finishing the last 5 minutes of our program coordinator session. Thank you. right, we're gonna start our next sessions. If you guys can go to Atrium right here. So volunteers, we can guide our students. We'll be starting our next sessions for the afternoon workshops. Please proceed here in Atrium. We will have our next sessions. We have the last part of our workshops for the afternoon. We have student success, academic integrity, Guard Me Health Insurance, keeping students safe, and of course, the final one, housing and accommodations. We'll be starting in 3 minutes. Please proceed here in the atrium. Thank you. So again, please proceed here at the atrium. We'll be starting our afternoon sessions. We will start in 2 minutes. Volunteers, we can ask all the volunteers to go around and collect our students. And they can start proceeding here at the atrium. Thank you. We'll be starting in 1 minute. The afternoon sessions, please proceed here at the atrium. We will start in 1 minute. Our afternoon sessions. We have student success, academic integrity, guard me health insurance, and the final one, keeping students safe, housing and accommodations. Please proceed here at the atrium. Thank you. All right, if you can settle down and proceed here at the chairs. We still have more spots here in the middle, or you guys can sit down on the steps. We'll be starting our afternoon sessions, our last sessions for the day. Again, we have we have 5 more last sessions. Very important sessions. I suggest if you're ready here today, just finish all the sessions so you don't have to come back during the week. But on Friday, there's an open house if you guys want to join a campus tour. We also invited the police, Canadian police, to talk about community. So it's a good session as well. So that's on Friday. All right, we're going to start now. If we can settle down, there's more spots at the back. You can sit on the chairs here or on the steps. All right, if we can settle down, have the noise level a bit lower. We're going to start now. If there are more people coming, don't worry, they're going to join us. Okay, guys, good afternoon, everyone. You guys are still alive, that's good. So we're going to start our afternoon session. So to jumpstart our afternoon part, I would like to call on our next presenter from the Tutoring Center. Let's welcome Mr. Prince Sharma.
Thank you so much, Nick. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Perfect. Thank you so much. My name is Prince Sharma, and I am the coordinator of Tutoring Center, Learning Center, and also the mentorship program. We're going to be seeing here a couple of delightful programs. All are extensively resourceful for all of you guys. All right, how many students are from anybody from the undergraduate program? All are graduate. Perfect. Nice to hear that. What is Tutoring Center? Oh, before we start, Happy New Year to everyone. Great. What is Tutoring Center? We started in 2017 to see the growth of the students. And we wanted to help students, because guess, we coming from the different countries. There's a study pattern is completely different. And here is completely different as well. So it's just 4 months, and you gotta study 5 to 6 courses. To cope up with that, we provide the additional help to all the students, and that is free of cost. And that is the Tutoring Center. In short, if I say, providing assistance with your academics. Now, how many students are going for co-op? Amazing. All right, the person on the stage is struggling with the hand. All right, everybody, I think majority is going for the co-op, and that is amazing. You must go for the co-op. Now, there's a stigma that Tutoring Center is for poor students. Is that so? Is that so? All right, you can say yes or no. No? Perfect, yeah. So there are 3 stages in students' life in Canada in this college. First, getting a grade more than 2.0 to be eligible for the graduation. First stage. Second, to get a 2.8 GPA to be eligible for co-op. Perfect. And to get a GPA of more than 3.5 to be eligible for the presidential and Cestar award. So these are 3 stages. And the Tutoring Center this resource can be used for all of these stages. So it's not bounded for only poor student, it's for the average, poor, and the advanced students. Do not never shy to take the Tutoring Center classes. It also builds up your networking. It's a peer tutoring. Your seniors standing here, one of them are the tutors as well. And they are going for the co-op before you, and that's an amazing connection. In-house building connection activity. The second resource is the Writing Language Center. What is that, the Writing Language Center? You're gonna write a lot of assignments, believe me. A lot of assignments. Might be writing 1,000 words of assignments in 3 hours. By the way, we have a Grammarly for that. Do you guys know that? The Grammarly, it's free of cost for our students. The premium version, free of cost. You're gonna use a lot. Similarly, the Writing and Language Center, you're gonna be using during your academics. It helps you with your assignments, advancing the grammar, speaking skills, public speaking skills, the communication, and so on. Our instructors help you with that, and it's free of cost. Isn't it amazing? All the resources that we have listed up there, and you're hearing since morning, it's all free of cost. All right, the next is the early intervention. I'm just gonna leave it here for the early intervention. My team member, Sahil Vadva, he's gonna go through that. I think I'm very used to it. I should have showed the slides. For the tutoring center, we'll go back there later on. Academic clubs. This is the best part of the Lambton College in Toronto. How many students were part of the volunteer activities back home? Raise your hand. Perfect. And what did you learn from the volunteer activities? Hard skills or soft skills? I'd say, I like that answer. In Canada, volunteer experience is considered as your professional experience up to a certain extent. Isn't that amazing? And you gotta, and I would highly recommend you to be involved in one of those activities across the campus, in-house activities or outside activities as well. All right, this is very much important for you to have at least one volunteer activity on your resume. Okay, make sure you have one activity. Okay, we have a lot of activities coming for the new students during your 2 years of span. Now, what are the academic clubs? What do they do? How many students are from Are you guys from AIMT? The technical language program, do we have students here? The CSAT, perfect. You have a Google Developer Students Club. And the business, marketing, financial, or the money laundering. Oh, I love that program, money laundering. Now you will know the loopholes. Perfect. And help me as well, okay? All right, so these are the two programs that we have today, which is catering you, all of you guys. And we have the volunteers. I will invite them a little soon. Before I invite them, I want to go through the LinkedIn Learning Hub. How many students are on the LinkedIn? And they have the LinkedIn account? Almost everybody? How many are on Instagram? Lesser than the LinkedIn, and that's a surprise for me. How many are on TikTok? And use TikTok? Oh, this is a great chance to say yes. You can come up here and then share your user account and get the followership. Oh, I would do that if I have one. All right, I'm on LinkedIn, but you can connect with me on the LinkedIn as Prince Sharma. LinkedIn is amazing networking tool. Okay, by all means. Increasing your network, landing a good job, business perspectives, and recruitment. So these are the phases. If you don't have a LinkedIn account, get one. It's super easy. On top of that, there is LinkedIn Learning Program. It's available for all Lambton College students. And that's free of cost as well. It costs around, I think, 30 to 50 bucks. It's free of cost. It has more than 18,000 courses available for the students. Oh, I take a lot of programs. I have prepared my pathway that these are the programs that I'm going to take in the next month. This is what I want you to have that. Go on LinkedIn Learning, use your My Lambton credentials, which you will get literally, I think you have gotten already. Set it up. You will receive an email from us, probably from Sahil, with all the links, the Grammarly, LinkedIn Learning, and the other resources that we have available for you. Use those links, use your instructions, and sign up for that. And prepare the pathway, okay? It's really important for all of you. And the best thing is that it has a skill badge. Once you complete the course, the certificate, the course on the LinkedIn Learning, it asks you to take an assessment test. And that proves that you have studied, not just watched the video. And at the same time, you were watching the cricket or soccer, okay? That is the perfect and amazing tool. Now, I want to invite the Business Caucus Club, the LCID Business Caucus Club here, who will explain that, what do we entail? What is Business Caucus Club? All right, please welcome the Business Caucus volunteers here. Darshan, Mitali, Gagan, and Danushki. Here we go. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Prince, for this opportunity. Good evening, everyone. How are you guys doing? Happy New Year to all. कैसे हो सब लोग? That was a very dull response. Kasa kai, kem cho, kemon acho. How are you guys doing today? So before I introduce Business Caucus Club to you, let me introduce myself. My name is Darshan Joshi, and I'm a third SEM student from Financial Planning and Wealth Management. And this is our team. She is Mitali, the HR head. She's Gagan, the event management head, and Dhanushki, she's the admin from our group. So please give a huge round of applause for this team. So, as you all know that Amir Khan has rightly said in Three Idiots, success ke piche mat bhago, kabil bano, kamyabi jak maar ke piche aayegi. So we are here to try to platform for you all where we'll conduct networking sessions, competitions, and leadership skills for you to, hone and get the industry skills or the exposure that you need. So please be a part of our club and do follow us on LinkedIn and Instagram. We are sure that we will help you out with your co-op opportunities or the necessary skills that you require. Just like I said that if I'm able to communicate in 3 different languages, so will you be able to also in the future? And if you try to communicate in different languages, you'll be able to understand different cultures, which is very important over here. And it is also important to have a network in Canada if you are going to be a part of this country in the near future. So we look forward to your presence in this club. And thank you so much for coming over here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Darshan. Yeah, so the purpose of Business Caucus is to engage the students with their interest from different backgrounds. So this program caters the business management, human resources, marketing management, financial planning, wealth management, and money laundering as well. And you can also be a part of the executive volunteering team. You just have to apply, send them an email. They have a booth over there. Once you're done with the session, just go and talk to them, find out more about that. They're gonna have a lot of activities coming up in the next, in this semester. All right, the next club is the Google Developers, and that's huge, right? For AIMT students and the DOCT as well, isn't it? Google Developer Students Club, please, Bharat, and your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince. So, hello everyone. First of all, welcome to Lambton and welcome to Canada. So, like, it's about to 2 o'clock and it's so nice to see you all here. Now, I can see your face like little bit more energy after the lunch. Hope you enjoy the lunch. Okay, so like we are from Google Developer Student Club, and I'm a lead in our college. And we have it our team, Harsh, Jay, and April. We have other teams as well, but they are not here. You will see them on the Thursday. So okay, so what we are like. So as a Google Developer Student Club, our aim is to encourage you towards coding. We encourage you to do more coding, not for like just type it. You have to we will help you to learn latest technology. We will help you to give you free Google courses so you can learn latest technology that Google is offering. We'll help you to connect with worldwide students. There is so many events organized by the Google where they give access to the students. So every student across the world, they all can communicate with each other. So this is very helpful for you. Like as Prince and earlier professor mentioned about the co-op. So first thing you have to keep in your mind that in Canada, you have to go with skills and reference simultaneously, because you have skills but you don't have a reference, good network, then Canada is not for you, because in Canada reference is very important. So as a club, we will meet you with that industrial experts, the leaderships, and Google ex-employees and everyone. So you will connect with higher level management. You will connect with different companies HR. So it will very helpful in your 4th semester when you come to the co-op. So this is what our aim is to. Other things. So once you have joined our club, there is lot of events like there are many technical students, so they know about the workshops, hackathons, the sessions, info session, conference. So like you will get to see here in our campus only. So like in a coming months, we are organizing so many events. So you can just join our club. Booth is over there only. And for the first year student for the orientation, we have announced the giveaway offer. So you have just to follow our Medium account, and in the in the end of the month, you will get Google swags, which include Google bags, Google free T-shirts, swags, stickers, and pens, books, and everything by Google. So I hope to see you all there. So I will tell you more about what's program include and what are the other benefits for you. So hope to see you over there. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Bharat, Google Developer Students Club and Business Caucus Club. In the last, I would just say, get involved. Okay, get to know more about the volunteer opportunities, the career opportunities that you have here. We have covered you from all the sides. It's just you have to open up. All right? Okay, so if you have any question to me, you can always come and meet me in the tutoring center in this building upstairs to the right. And now next is our my team member Sahil Wadhwa, who takes care of this, who is a student success counselor. He plays a vital role in student success. Sahil, please come and to the honor.
Thank you so much, Prince. Hello, everyone. Happy New Year. How are you all? Good? So I'm Sahil Wadhwa. I'm Student Success Counselor at the Tutoring Center, and I deal with early intervention and acuplacer. So we intervention for the undergraduate programs, which are business and computer programming, because we saw that these students had the most highest failing rates throughout college. So we started this program. Through this, we used to, like every month, we send them warning emails, like they are performing low, their performance is below 50%, their attendance is below 50%. To keep them on track that you might be failing, so if you need assistance, you can just come to us, take the tutoring sessions. We also talk with the instructors, talk with the students to understand why the students are failing, like what is happening, and we try to offer them our assistance to the tutoring center. So they are invited to our tutoring center to take free tutoring sessions if they want. And there are, as it started with BSNT and CPCD programs only, now we have expanded it to even more courses. So maybe if some of you are underperforming, you might receive an email from my side. So that's what we do through the early intervention. Next, we have acuplacer. So this is only for the undergraduate programs, as they have English and mathematics in their course, which is a very essential part. And they are undergraduates, so they often have problems with their mathematics and English. So we started this program through which we take a test for the students in their first and second term, both English and mathematics. And when we see that a student is performing low, so we give them free tutoring sessions, mandatory tutoring sessions, to help them assist in their mathematics and English skills. And next we have CCR. So what is CCR is? It's a certificate which you get after doing a volunteer work in a college. So you saw the academic clubs we have. We have also a lot of volunteer opportunities in our college time to time. For that, you can check the Moodle. We have posting over there. If there is any volunteer opportunity over there, you can join the clubs as a volunteer. So when you do that, you can apply for this certificate, and it looks like this. So you get your own certificate which has your student ID, your account number, you get a proper number, certificate number, which is valid across Ontario, across the Canada. So when you are applying for any jobs, you can show the employer this certificate that you have taken part in the volunteering opportunities. And it does put a lot of weightage on your resume, as well as this certificate does help you a lot when you're finding the jobs. Because here in Canada, usually the employers seek for the people who have Canadian experience. So if you're doing any volunteer work, that will be counted as a Canadian experience, and that will be helpful in getting and scoring a job. So this is the contact information for our tutoring center, our email address, our phone number. We are located right above the atrium. Just go up the stairs, turn right, and we have the tutoring center. So if you have any questions, any queries, any help you might need, just come to us anytime, and we are there to help you. Thank you so much. Take care, guys.
Hi, everyone. I think I'm next. Oh, and I got that. Thank you. So many things. All right. Just getting ready here. Okay. All right. I think we are moving right along. It is new students intake. Okay, I think we're doing academic integrity next is the next one. Yeah. Hi, everyone. In the meantime, they're getting the PowerPoint slides set up. You might remember me from the morning. I was here earlier, and I'm wearing what I was wearing before. I didn't wardrobe change. My name is Mark Gonzalez. I'm the Academic Integrity Officer of the college. I talked to you about Canadian culture, those of you that were here first thing in the morning at 9 o'clock. And now we're going to talk about something even more exciting, academic integrity. Oh my goodness. I mean, you know, I hope you can stay awake for that, and I will do my best to keep you awake as well. We are going to talk for, I think, 10 hours of content, so I hope that you have gone to the bathroom. It's going to be a little while. Or maybe I can kind of reduce it to 30 minutes instead of 10 hours, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, so we're going to talk about a bunch of stuff today, a whole lot of stuff. First thing I just want to tell you is that, you know, my boss is Shauna Sheldon, who was here in the morning. She heads up the academic quality department of the school, and I'm under that. So, you know, when we're talking about academic integrity, we're going to talk about a whole bunch of stuff. A whole bunch of things that you can see up here. And many, many different topics. We're going to talk about what that is. What is academic integrity? What is academic honesty? APA guides, you know, like what's an APA, what's plagiarism, all that stuff. I'm going to give you some examples of submitting content through Turnitin, which is our system for checking for similarity and, you know, plagiarism and all that stuff. We're going to try to do as much as we can in a short span of time, and I'll do my best to get through it all. But in general, when you're talking about academic integrity, when I describe my job to students, you'll encounter me because you have submitted something to your instructor. It could be a test, could be an essay, could be any kind of document for grading, and your teacher's not sure if they can give you a grade. They're like, something's weird about this. I'm not sure if I can grade it. Let me ask Mark. So it goes to Mark, me, and then I just review everything. I talk to you, I talk to the teacher, I talk to everyone involved, and then I'll make a decision. Is it okay to give a grade? Is it considered original work? Is it considered okay to get a grade, or is it not okay to get a grade? And then I'll also make that decision too. That's not so fun for you, but you know, that happens sometimes. So I have to kind of make these decisions. So what is academic integrity about? It's really about, you know, these four things. And by things, I mean words. These are words. Honesty, accountability, fairness, and trust. Okay, so these four things in total are what this is all about. If you miss one of these things, you're probably going to have a meeting with me, and not one of these happy-go-lucky presentations where I'm like all smiles. It's kind of like all serious, like, hey, what did you do? Not the funnest, not the most fun meetings to have when you have them with me, but you know, there are people involved in this. There are people involved in this fairness stuff and accountability stuff. The college staff, okay? You, the students, are just one part of that, and also the faculty. We all try to make sure that we are doing the right thing, and so if we ask something of you, you definitely should be asking something of us as well. So what can you expect from us? This stuff. Okay, so you can expect a lot of things from us. We want to be as fair as we possibly can. We want to be consistent. So if one of you is, you know, sent to me for an academic integrity issue and you are given a score of 0, and then another person is sent to me for the exact same thing, but they were like, sorry, I just didn't mean to. I didn't know I couldn't do that. You know, here's some chocolate. And I'll be like, oh, okay, you're okay. That's fine. Slap on the wrist. No. We want to be as fair as we possibly can. This is why I kind of exist at the, in my position, so we're going to be as fair as we can. We want to give you a notice of stuff, and I think this is something that Shauna mentioned earlier in the morning too, that evaluation timetable thing. Notice. When is stuff due? What do I have to do? When do I have to give it to my teacher? All that stuff we want you to know ahead of time. So this is what we want to give to you as students who are doing the work. Support and communication. I think that communication, that last word there, is so important, not just for, you know, us to communicate to you, because we tell you things all the time. You're sitting here and I'm talking to you. You're not really, you know, talking to me. But we would love it when people talk to us. Communication is a two-way street. It's very important to, you know, participate. ask questions. If you don't know, there's a good chance other people don't know. If you're confused, there's a good chance other people are also similarly confused. So if you don't ask, then you don't know. I think the saying is like, if you ask a question, you're a fool for 5 minutes, but if you never ask a question, you're a fool forever. I think that's the basic idea behind that stuff. So please consider that. But we do expect from you honest work. We expect the communication. We want your best effort. Originality, that first word at the top there, very, very important. And by there, I mean that one. I don't know if I moved the slide or not. But yeah, originality is so important. Original work is what we want to see from students. If you're submitting original work, you're never going to have an issue with academic integrity because your stuff is going to be honest. It's going to be a good representation of what you're capable of doing by yourself without the help of any other internet sources or friends or whatever it might be, you know, wherever you get information from. So let's talk a bit about tests. We're going to talk about tests and then talk about assignments. When you're doing a test, there are a few things to keep in mind about a test. A test is meant to show how much you know. It is not meant to show how much Google knows about something. Google is not getting a grade here. You're getting a grade here. So your friends are not going to do your test for you or anything like that. So it's very important that it's a reflection of you. So what does that mean? You want to make sure that you follow the test instructions that you're given, because if you don't read the instructions, you may not do the right thing. And I didn't know I couldn't do that. If your instructions are written there, it's not really a good excuse, you know? So make sure that you read and follow the instructions as best as you can. A closed book test versus an open book test. Unless your teacher says the words open book test, your test is closed book. Okay, I mean, you know, you can't just assume it's open book. And those of you that don't know the difference, an open book test is the fun one. It's the one where you get access to your notes in your textbook, you can check stuff and then, you know, do your test. Yeah, those ones are great. But it's only if your teacher says it's okay. If not, if they never use the words open book, you know, right beside each other, you cannot access your notes, you cannot access the internet, you cannot access these things to take your test, okay? So please consider that when you're taking your examinations. You want to make sure as well, and I think this happens to some students, is when you're studying the night before a test, because let's be honest, this is the time that people study, right before the test. The night before is when you start to study for the test. And you're memorizing lots and lots of stuff, a whole bunch of stuff you're going to memorize. It's fine to memorize. It's okay to study like that. It's not the best way to do it. I mean, you know, I would consider my studying methods. But you memorize. You remember things word for word, and then you go to the test, and then you write that exact stuff that you memorized. That happens all the time. Is it really you that's writing that? Or did you just remember Google stuff and then kind of use your brain to copy-paste into your paper, right? So, I mean, I would reconsider that practice. Memorizing and just copy-pasting in there, it's not really applying knowledge. It's not telling me how much you know. It's telling me how much you have memorized from a place. And I can memorize a lot of stuff about code. I've never coded a single thing in my whole life, and I can't be a coder, unfortunately. I'm sure some of you out there are, but I can't do it. But I can memorize stuff. I can memorize coding, for sure. I can memorize the alphabet backwards. But do I know how to spell all the words and know what they mean? Probably not, right? So it's just, you know, just the way, something to consider. Anyways, read questions carefully. And the last one is so important. I put this in recently, this last thing here. When you enter a room to take a test, congratulations, you're in the right place. If you leave that room and your test is still going on, and you leave that room, your test is over. Your test has completed. Congratulations, your test is over. You cannot continue the test outside of the room. Alternatively, if the test starts at 9 o'clock and you are stuck in traffic until 9:30, the solution is never to go on Moodle and take the test. Okay, don't do that. If you're not in the test room, you can't take a test. And I'm telling you all of this right now, and so hopefully, I hope I never have an academic integrity meeting with any of the people here, but let's be honest, maybe it might happen. And if you say, well, sir, I was late for tests, I was very, very late, I was trying to get there, I couldn't get hold of anybody, so I just did the test from the bus terminal. True story, that happened before. And you can't get a grade for that. You cannot get a grade for that, okay? So if you're ever in that situation where you're late for a test, there's a policy for that. If you're sick for a test, there's a policy for that. There are policies for almost anything you can think of, okay? So your solution is to communicate, once again, with your instructor. Tell them you're running late, and then wait for instruction from that teacher, and they'll tell you if you can take the test maybe at a different time, different day, or whatever, right? But just remember, you can't take a test outside of the exam room, okay? Very, very, very important. Now let's talk about assignments. Similar type of thing. I hope I moved the thing. Yeah, okay. Assignments, again, assignments are where you're going to really show off your research in many cases. You're going to research content and then put that content in writing and then hand it in and then get a grade and then high-five your friends saying, hey, I got this great grade. Yeah, that happens. But you want to make sure that the work is original. Google is okay to use. It's not wrong to use Google. In many cases, if you're doing research, that's how you research. You use Google. But it's how you're using Google that makes it original or unoriginal. So your research has to follow something called APA. Anyone familiar with APA? American Psychological Association fans out there? No? No hands up. Okay. You're in the right place. If you're ever taking a comm class, I think some of your classes have comm in it, comm 3013, comm 1013 or something. That will teach you about APA. It's how you use research or how you use other people's stuff without getting in trouble. That's the best way to think of it. You're going to use APA, and you're going to want to use APA so that you don't get in trouble for putting other work in your work, because you're supposed to do that. And there's a right way and there's a wrong way. So that's APA. Consider that as well. You want to make sure that you're not sharing your work with friends. Studying is great, and I encourage you to study as groups. Totally fine. Happy to do that, right? But if you show the stuff you've written down to somebody else, and that some other person takes it and then submits it for themselves, well, who's in trouble? Unfortunately, it's everybody involved. You're responsible for your own work. So don't use, and I'll tell you, this is what happens all the time. Sir, I was working with a friend, we were studying on this document, and then he asked to see my paper as a reference. And I only gave it to him as a reference, only as a reference. And then he took your paper, deleted your name, and put his name on, and then submitted it, right? That happens. That is a form of plagiarism, okay? That's a form of plagiarism. So please don't show your work to anyone else. Make that private. You can study with a group, but just, be careful with what you share. Don't copy-paste from the internet, and if you're using sources, use APA because, APA is so good, it prevents plagiarism. Now, if you don't know what plagiarism is, again, you're in the right presentation. Plagiarism refers to any content that you're handing in that you didn't actually write. Or, fun fact, you can plagiarize yourself. Self-plagiarism is a thing. You can make a document for your comm 3013 class, this essay, and then you go to the next term and there's like a comm, I don't know, it doesn't exist, 4014, and another class. And you hand in the same essay you wrote from a previous class. And you wrote it yourself, it's original, but you wrote it for another class in a previous term. That's plagiarism. Right? Oh my God, right? Yeah, So again, be careful with this stuff. You want to make the content originally for every single assignment you have. That's the time you're making an assignment, okay? So watch out for that. But plagiarism is really important, and if you're trying to make something original, you want to follow a few things, okay? So if you want to make sure it's original, don't look at a thing when you're writing another thing, because you're going to copy it. Just because it's just the way it works. If you're researching something and you have a paper in front of you and you have a blank page on the other side, you're going to take stuff and put it over there, and it's not going to be really yours. So read content, research content, put it away, open a new blank page, and then start writing. And write what you remember. Don't write what you can see. If you can see it, you're going to take it. And it's going to be an accident, but accidents, I don't believe in accidents, and then when you meet with me, it's not going to be very fun, right? So watch out for that. Be careful with how you create your content. Use sources, and if you have the option, we do offer in many of our classes Turnitin, and Turnitin can help you check for similarity. Now, if you don't know what Turnitin is, it is basically, I think the simple way to say it is a plagiarism checker. It checks for plagiarism. It tells you what percentage of your document is plagiarized, and you can, if you're lucky, go back and fix it before you hand it in for grading. And if the number's too high, you might meet with me, and we might have a conversation that won't be very fun. You might need some, tissues and stuff like that. But there are two ways to do it. There's Turnitin. Then there's Grammarly. Grammarly is something that we offer to students. I think you must have heard the word Grammarly before today. I'm not sure if it came up or not. But Grammarly is great for grammar. It helps you check grammar. Good. Does it help you check for similarity? No. I mean, it can. It offers to, but it's not considered official. I don't look at it. I disregard it completely. I only look at the similarity reports generated by Turnitin. Now, if you're not sure what Turnitin is, I'm going to show you what that is in just a second. But if you're not sure what APA is, we do want to provide you with knowledge on APA. So I can't talk about it today. I wish I could. But I think we're going to have a session on it on Friday. So I encourage you to attend the APA session that's on offer on Friday. We're going to go through it. Things to keep in mind, basically, it just prevents you from meeting me, right? So if you never want to meet me ever, go to that APA session, and then you'll never run into me ever again. Well, just to say hi in the hallways or something, but other than that. So here's an example of Turnitin. It's not software that you download. You're not going to have it on your PC. It's just that you're going to open Moodle, and there's going to be a submission. So for example, this one here says practice Turnitin. That's just a link. It's a link. You click on it. You upload a document, a Word document, a PDF, a PowerPoint, whatever it is for grading. And then after you hand it in, it's going to look like this. Okay, so you're going to see your name on the side there. You're going to see the time that you uploaded it here. And then this similarity thing, that red bar, that's what you are really interested in. This is the percentage of similarity. Now, when it's 100%, that is not a good thing. It's the opposite of a good thing. 100% is bad. You want that to be 0 or better. No, just 0. 0 is the best. The lower the number, the better. Red is not so good. But some of your instructors will let you see this. Some of them will not. Your job is to just make sure it's original. Make sure you're following the APA stuff. Make sure that you're, you know that you wrote it yourself. Don't worry. Sometimes you'll see it, sometimes not. But if you do get to see it, you can click on that number. Click on that red number, and you'll get this. Okay? And it will look like this. You'll see percentages. You'll see all the different places on the internet where that content is coming from, and it also highlights it. So the colorful stuff in the paragraph, that's the stuff that you want to take out sometimes. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But if you're not sure, and you see these colors, and you're trying to take it out, but you can't do it, communicate. Again, that word, communication. Ask your instructor, hey, I've been trying to fix my document for weeks. I can't get rid of 22% similarity. I have all this purple stuff here. Is it okay? Do I have to take it out? How do I take it out? Ask those questions, and again, your teacher will tell you what's okay and not okay, and you'll be fine. You'll be totally fine. But if you see this number, and it says like 86%, and you're like, maybe the teacher won't notice, and you just let it slide, you might have a meeting with me. We might have to have a different conversation, okay? So, just be on top of things if you can. I would try to request the similarity report from your instructor. Some of them show it, some of them don't. It's their choice. Whatever they say goes, okay? So, but if you can, try to request it from your instructors, okay? All right, so if you are not afraid of me yet, or if you're not afraid of these meetings with me, and you are trying to avoid a meeting with academic integrity, I would avoid the following things, right? These are a few things that could result in a meeting with academic integrity, and those results in not so favorable outcomes for students sometimes. If you're sharing or borrowing or copying academic work, we talked about that already, not so good. Okay. If you're not following APA, so if you have to put references, if you're not telling us where the outside stuff is coming from, that could result in meeting with me too, right? So just be careful. Knowing APA is good, and we try to provide as much information as we can about APA. And we want to make sure that sources that you use are acceptable sources. What that means is, if you're Googling stuff for your research, that's usually fine. But if you're using as a reference, my friend who works at Google, not so great. Although it's cool that you have a friend that works at Google, it's not the best source. Your buddy, I don't know who your buddy is. Focus on more academic stuff that I could go check in and talk with and read myself as your teacher, if I'm your teacher. So watch out for that. Sources are important. Don't take a test outside of the exam room. I think I said that like 5,000 times so far. And if you miss instructions, if you ignore instructions on your assignments or tests, you could result in meeting with me too, okay? So how do you avoid these? Well, just do the opposite of all those things and you'll be fine, right? So those are negatives, these ones are positive. So don't share your work and don't do, follow all the APA stuff, follow all your instructions, take your tests inside of an exam room and you'll be okay, okay? Not last thing, I have many more things to say. A different thing to say is about group work. A lot of your classes are gonna be group work. You're gonna have a lot of groups. That'll be sometimes good if you're paired with your friends, and I think that sometimes you might be. Other times you're gonna be paired with people that are not the best people to work with sometimes, okay? If you are paired with people, consider the following. You are not meant to do other people's work, okay? Make sure that if you're in a group, know that all you have to do is divide the work equally, create your portions, contribute to the submission, and that's it, okay? If some people in your group are not contributing, your job is not to go out there and do their work for them. Your job is to communicate with your instructor what's going on, okay? So this word communicate, I mean, if I had $1 for every time I said it, I'd be rich. But yeah, so communicate with your instructor. Very important if the groups are not going to your liking, or if one person is burdened with all the work, 3 people are not doing any work. Please, please communicate with your instructor, okay? And next thing I want to talk about are things to keep in mind, because you've heard a lot of stuff from a lot of people. I'm one of them today, and I'm pretty confident that you're gonna forget a lot of the things I'm saying right now, okay? It'll be in your ear. Do you wanna delete this information? Your computer brain will just turn delete. Yep, it's gone forever, okay? So if you forget this stuff, just go to these different documents that you see here, and they will support some of the things I've told you. One thing that you're gonna want is the course outline. Course outline is, I'm gonna show you a quick sample of a course outline, but a course outline is like the brain of the course, okay? So everything that you might need to know about the course, what you're gonna learn in there, what kind of textbooks you need, okay? What the assignments are, what the weights of the assignments are, all that stuff is gonna be available for you. Co-op students will sometimes need the learning outcomes to make sure that their co-op position, if it's found outside of the school, is going to be eligible for their co-op. And you can check your course outlines to find those learning outcomes, okay? So it's good to have them. Evaluation timetable. So important to know what the deadlines are for your assignments. Okay, I'm going to show you a sample of that. I think you've seen it, but I just want to show it to you again. The learning resources you have, sometimes you have textbooks, sometimes slides, sometimes class recordings or webinar recordings provided by your instructor. So check those. Visit Moodle. Get all that stuff off of Moodle. And my favorite, the APA documentation guide. This is a document that I really feel we should charge money for because, you know, it's so valuable, but it is free, okay? And it is on all your Moodle pages that require assignments of any kind of writing, okay? Keep it, use it even after you leave the college. If you ever need to use research or references, this APA guide will help you. Consider it a dictionary. You don't have to sit there and read the whole thing like, you know, if you're weird, you might. I mean, I did, but I'm weird. But if you don't want to read that whole thing, just keep it, and if you have a question about APA, go to the different chapters and it will answer your question. Because your teachers are going to go to this document and find the answers to your questions if you ask them. So we're going to give it to you. Just check it, okay? It will tell you how to do everything about APA. It's on your Moodle pages. If you don't have it, ask me, and I will give you a copy, for sure, okay? For a fee. No, it's free. Okay, so here's an example of a course outline, okay? A course outline, it's so hard to read, I know that, but it's many different pages. It's on all your Moodle pages. Each course will have it, and it's gonna have a few different sections. So the description is up here, a paragraph about the course. You're probably gonna be interested in the learning resources portion and the student evaluation portion, the weight of the assignments, it's all there, okay? The next thing I wanna show you is the evaluation timetable. This is full of the deadlines for all of your assignments, and also a good thing about these is there's a column that says covered units and chapters. It tells you what to study for, okay? Not just what the assignment is, but what portions of the class should you be reviewing for each of the assignments. So that's kind of helpful too, okay? And then I think I can kind of wrap up. Oh, no, not quite, okay. So I'm getting there. So the policies that we have in place. Policies are important. Now, I mean, I get a lot of people will download some software, see terms and conditions, and then accept and then never read them your entire life. I get it, I get it. However, I highly encourage you to at least review some of the policies that we have in place in the school. The student rights and responsibilities, very important, because we want you to know that we want you to follow rules, but we are following rules too. So if we don't follow those rules, even if I don't follow those rules, there's stuff that you could do. So I mean, you know, there's ways to, you know, get back at me if I miss a rule or something. So read the policies. Okay, we don't want to trample on anyone's rights. I like that everyone is equal, and we're treating you fairly. So read those rights and responsibilities. The tests and exam writing protocol. Am I allowed to, I don't know, wear a smartwatch during a test? Can I have my backpack right next to me during a test? These answers and many more will be located in the test and exam writing protocol. It's very exciting reading, okay? Please check that out. The next one is the grade appeals policy. Important if you think there was a mistake with your grade, or if you think perhaps, you know, something is amiss, okay? And you disagree with the instructor's grading of your assignments, you can appeal it. There's a process to follow. As long as you know the process, then you just follow through, okay? So I hope it doesn't happen to you. I hope that your grades are accurate, but it does happen to some people. So, you know, we don't want you to think that the number you see is always going to be right, because sometimes it's not. And then the last thing is late missed classes and missed tests and assignments policy. Again, that thing I said earlier about snow causing trouble getting to school, and there's a test that day, what do you do? If you're sick and you miss a test, what should you do? This policy will cover that, okay? So it's not very long. This is like less than a page. I mean, you know, of all the things to read, you could read this faster than the time it takes for me to finish this sentence, and now you might be done reading this policy, right? It's very quick, okay? So check out that policy. And then if you're looking for these policies and more, you'll find them on Moodle, okay? Now I know these screenshots are really super tiny, but it's just to get a shape of what the Moodle page looks like and where to look. There is a tab that says Administration. Administration will take you to a page that looks like this. You scroll down, you're going to find a whole bunch of stuff on school policies. So please visit this page, find the policies, and don't let someone just tell you stuff. Read it first. Then double check what they say is right. Even me, I mean, don't trust me completely. Read the policies. And I hope I'm saying stuff that's accurate. But please, you know, don't take just one person's word for it. Review it yourself as well, okay? So I think I'm running out of stuff to say, so I will keep you, I'll keep it brief. A few last things to keep in mind. So your Moodle login, you are responsible for your Moodle login. If anybody else has access to your laptop, to your phone, to any device that you use to log in, if you save your password on your computer and then someone else opens up your computer and then goes onto your Moodle and then takes a test for you, you'll meet me. And I'll be like, oh, wow, that's cool. What happened? And I'll be like, oh, cool, 0, right? I mean, it's not going to be fun for you. You're responsible for your logins. Please protect them. Don't share them. Don't share them for any reason. There's never a reason, because you're responsible for your logins, okay? So don't share your logins. Grades are up to you to protect. No one has a right to see your grades. They're your grades, okay? So don't just like pass them out like candy. Keep your grades confidential. Understand the process for calculating a grade. That's a little bit of math. If you're fans of math, then please, no problem. But if you're not, it might be a bit of a struggle to understand what's going on. Check the weights of your assignments. Those are on your course outlines and your evaluation timetables. And this is just general good advice. Don't share private information online. Just be safe, okay? English is great to have in person. Again, I think I said this earlier in our Canadian culture thing. English is sometimes hard to practice unless you have people to practice it with. School is a great place to practice it, okay? So if you feel like you need that practice, use it at school. Attendance is taken in all your classes. International students, any international students here? Yeah, I'm kidding. You're all, I would assume you all are. But you must attend classes if you're on that visa, okay? And you want to make sure that you check your Moodle regularly and be on time. Punctual is good. If you're early, that's good. If you're late, well, then problems occur. Many problems can occur if you're late. If you're late for a test, I mean, sometimes you just won't get in, okay? So just consider all that stuff. All right, so I'm out of stuff to say. I've ran out of words. I talked to you in the morning and now in the afternoon, and now I'm out of things I can say. My batteries are dying. Do you have any questions about academic integrity? No, I think you understand everything, I hope, and and if you love academic integrity now, raise your hand. Any fans? Yeah? Yeah? If you want to grow up to be an academic integrity officer, anyone? No? Okay. All right, well, good. Well, thank you for listening. I appreciate you listening and being around for all this stuff. I'm going to pass it back to the next, I think it's a video or something, or someone, I think it's a person. A human person is going to talk to you. Okay, great. Okay. Thanks, everyone. I will see you when I see you. If you have any questions, just, refer. Actually, no, the question period's done. Okay, no more questions. Okay. Bye, everyone. Thanks a lot. Have a great one. Take care. Bye.
Thank you, Mark. All right, so for our next one, we have Guard Me Health Insurance. Let's welcome Jessica Van Riel. Let's go.
All right, so hello everyone. My name is Jessica and I am a coordinator with our partner services team at guard.me, and I'm here to talk to you guys about your insurance plan. Okay, so as you know, you guys are about to start a life-changing adventure as an international student here in Canada. While this is a positive, safe, and healthy experience, we are here in case of any accidents or any emergencies that you guys may face. Just know that your guard.me will cover you in any healthcare emergency. Oh. I think it's going too fast. Yeah, it's going too fast, yeah. You have to like click it, yeah. Okay, you can go to the next one, yeah. Okay. All right, sorry about that. All right, so this is a look at what your healthcare access card will look like. You will receive a welcome email to your school email address, and then from there you'll be able to get this card. At the front of the card, you will have your first and last name, group number, policy number, along with your policy start date and end date. At the back of the card, you will see emergency procedures along with a phone number at the back that you can reach us at. Please keep this on you at all times, as this is your proof of insurance. You can present these at pharmacies, dentists, and any paramedical providers for direct billing. Okay, so as you know, healthcare is quite expensive, especially here. So we have listed a couple of expenses, as you can see back there. An ambulance service can be over $500. An ER visit can range over $1,000, and even a hospital stay can be $3,000 to $5,000 a day. So as you can see here, this is a list of things that your guard.me may cover. We do have some ladies handing out the benefit summaries. So in those summaries that you guys have right now, list all of the things that you guys are currently covered for. So for example, you guys may be covered for testing, prescription, annual eye exam, pregnancy that starts 30 days from the policy start date. We also cover emergency dental along with accidental dental coverage, just to list a few. Okay, so this is basically what's in your hand right now, that little orange booklet. This is what it looks like on the inside. It lists every single thing that you guys are covered for. It even lists how much you guys are eligible for, if it's 100%, the cap amount, etc. Everything that you need to know is in there. Okay, so just like any emergency travel plan, there are some exclusions. So some of the exclusions, which is things that are not covered in your plan, will be plastic or cosmetic surgery, any type of incident that may occur from drug use or alcohol use, and of course, we don't cover any expenses in your home country. Again, please be sure to read over your policy wording to find out a full list of exclusions. Okay, so there are many different ways that you can access healthcare while you are staying here in Canada. But the two main ways to do it is if you are facing any minor illness, such as minor fever, cold or flu, aches or pains, you can go to a doctor and a walk-in clinic, which is designated to support minor situations. However, if you are faced with major emergency situations, such as like broken bones, high fever, bleeding, or anything of that nature, you can go to a hospital. Keep in mind that the wait times at emergency rooms is quite long, and they do see people in the order of their condition. Okay, so also you guys did get another pamphlet that looks, you probably see her face on it. It's Mobile Doctor. This is basically for people that don't necessarily want to go outside to see the doctor. You can visit a doctor through the comfort of your home on your phone or online, where you will be connected with a doctor all around Ontario. They also provide you with prescription. They can diagnose you and create records with you. So here's a look at your personalized microsite, that you can access at www.guard.me/Cestar College. On here, you are able to access your My Account. You are able to access Keep Me Safe, Mobile Doctor through this. You can submit a claim and even use the Find a Canadian Clinic in order to find a clinic that's close to you. And also, you are able to find your policy documents and more on here. Okay. Okay, so for direct billing, this is the Find a Canadian Clinic tab. So if you want to know which doctor, which walk-in clinic, which dentist that you can go to that does direct billing, that will take your card on the spot, you can use this. This will help you find the doctor that takes the cards. Okay, so as I had mentioned, the welcome email that you will receive, which will give you access to your healthcare access card and give you your policy number. This is essentially what it will look like. When you receive it, you can go ahead and click that link right there. It will bring you over to the microsite, and you'll be able to log into your account, where if you lose your healthcare access card, you can download it again. You can submit your claims if you need to add dependents or anything of that nature. You can do it all through there. So as I mentioned, in the event if you do lose your healthcare access card or you're accessing it for the first time, this is what it will look like once you go into your My Account. All you need to do is click that icon right there, and you'll be able to download your healthcare access card. Please keep it on you at all times. So as I had mentioned with the direct billing, if you do happen to go to a clinic that does not do direct billing, or you don't have your access card at the time, and you do end up having to pay out of pocket, you can submit a claim to guard.me, where when you submit it, we review it and everything, and we essentially reimburse you. So there are two ways to do that. You can either do a paper claim, or you can do online submission, and of course the online submission is through My Account. So this is just a list of what a complete claims form would look like. So you have to, of course, have your name on there, your policy number. You need to have the your date of birth, of course, the reimbursement. So who do we pay? Is there any specific payment instructions? The original or scanned copies, the invoice, just to see how much you've paid. Also, we would need to know the reason of your visit, the issue, the diagnosis, etc. Of course, again, proof of payment and your signature and date. Okay, so we are available to you guys 24 hours, 7 days a week. There are multiple different ways that you are able to contact us. You can use the emergency number at the back of the healthcare card, or you can reach out to us at customercare@guard.me, or through your microsite, www./Cestar College. Again, if it is an emergency situation and you need immediate help, we do advise that you do call 911. If you are going in to see a doctor or a dentist and there's a certain procedure that you want to get done, but you're not sure if you're covered, we do advise, just to save you guys a little trouble, contact customer care either at that number or through email, and they'll be able to walk you through and let you know ahead of time if you are covered, if you're not covered, how much are you covered for, and so on. If you guys have any questions, feel free to come up to me. I will be over here to answer. If not, enjoy the rest of your presentations. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to take a quick, actually a longer break, and then we come back at 3 for the final session. So we'll take a longer break. Thank you so much. And if you guys have questions about your insurance or anything, our representative from GuardMe is here, Jessica. So she'll be here if you guys want to talk or ask anything about health insurance. Thank you. And at 3 o'clock, we have our final session with North York Community House, keeping students safe, and also housing and accommodation tips. Thank you.
That's your job.
Okay, so we will be starting our last session within 2 minutes. Please have your seats. Okay, guys. So our final session is by North York Community Housing. We have Jaya, Meheraz, Liu, Wendy, and Abhinaya connecting with us through Zoom. Over to you, Jaya.
Afternoon, everyone. I wish you all a very happy new year. Welcome all. My name is Jaya Surendran. Along with me, my ISC team, International Student Connect team staff, Mehraz, Abhinaya, Wendy, and Lou. Before we go into our presentation, I just would like to take a quick moment to do a land acknowledgement to respect. Yeah. So just reading the land acknowledgement, we at North York Community House acknowledge that the land on which we are gathered is the traditional
Guys, please have a
territory of
seat.
many First
We have the
Nations,
session going on.
including the Haudenosaunee
I
of
would
the
request
Six Nations
volunteers to please get the
Confederacy,
students
the
here.
Huron, Erie, Wendat, Anishinaabeg, and Mississaugas of the Credit, whose long-standing history have helped shape the world we live in now. In the spirit of reconciliation, we honor Indigenous histories, worldviews, and cultures and acknowledge the enduring presence of First Nations, the Métis Nation, and the Inuit peoples. Thank you. Again, before we go into our full presentation, let me share a little bit of background information of our organization and the International Student Connect program. Here are the few highlights of our organizations. North York Community is a non-profit organization. Most of you would have known back home in NGOs, right? So we serve over 20,000 residents in Northwest Toronto every year. We provide mobile settlement services in community centers, schools, post-secondary institution, colleges like yours, Humber College, Seneca College, York University, City of Toronto facilities, public libraries, and community spaces. So we offer information, orientation, referrals on topics such as citizenship and immigration, health and wellness, language classes for newcomers, financial literacy related program. One of our financial literacy team, Lou, is also here, who will be really giving a lot of help with tax preparation in the tax season. So that will be coming soon in the taxation year. So you will hear us more from us. Feel free to register those sessions. We might even come in person to do some tax clinics at Lambton College too. There is also opportunities for you to do volunteering at North York Community House. We have a volunteer coordinator that's also on the website, that who to contact for volunteering, recreational program, personal and professional development. When I say personal and professional development, employment related professional development, job search related, we have Wendy here, who is part of the employment program. So she will also will run a job search related workshops for Lambton College soon during the year, because we give workshops with Lambton College throughout the year, usually monthly twice. Sometimes it goes to 3 times, but there will be a regular workshops happening, and then one-on-one help provided for Lambton College students. So most of our delivery methods, as I mentioned, one-on-one sessions, group workshops such as this, more detailed works. This is kind of an orientation, quick one, but when throughout the year we do detailed group workshops, workshops. Youth groups, women groups, we have senior groups, we have parenting groups and advocacy campaigns too. When you have your spare time, please feel free to visit www.nych.ca. The next slide, this is our flyer. This is available at our website. Again, take a look at your leisure time. The next slide, International Student Connect, this particular project that we are doing with you, it's called International Student Connect program that was created to provide settlement support to you and your family. The main project's goal is to help you integrate successfully if you decide to remain in Ontario after completing your studies. This is a partnership between colleges such as yours, universities, and service delivery agencies such as us, North York Community House, COSTI, and other non-profit agencies. This project is funded by Ontario Ministry of Citizenship and Immigration. Again, to get to know details of the program, www.internationalstudentconnect.org is the website to get more details. This is the QR code, which will take you to all the resources about the project. Tomorrow and Thursday, we are going to be there in person to do the orientation at the colleges. We will leave this QR code sheets for your access. Thank you. So let's come to the agenda now. So we are touching base on how to find your off-campus housing here in Canada. Some of you would have already here. Some of you might planning to come soon. So you are getting engaged with this workshop. So we are just touching base on some of the off-campus opportunities, landlord and tenant responsibility. Because when we say housing, there are also responsibilities related to that, and what are the available, trusted, reliable resources. Okay, next slide. Yeah. Lambton College don't have an on-camp opportunity. There is no within your campus facility. There's no housing available. So we call this off-campus. Don't worry, this is still a good advantage for you because it's cheaper than most of the university and college housing. You do have more independence, freedom, privacy to your own space. It will give also very good networking opportunities with other people. You have a quieter, few distraction. Usually, if it's in on campus, many distraction, noises, there is something going on all the time. You can avoid all those things by living off campus. Um, yeah, and then yeah, so I think the next slide. And then just consider what are the off-campus, the types of the off-campus you will hear in Canada. We call it rooms in houses. In big houses, people do rent out rooms, room and board. That is part of also, that's one of the type. Bachelor studio flat type is one type. Apartment and apartment with shared roommate. People do have their own suite apartment for themselves, and people who cannot afford, there's no way they will have a shared roommate. So all those different types will be available for you. Next slide. Okay, so once you're here, you decided, maybe you first initially you're really deciding living, or you living in a temporary, say Airbnb or something, and then now you decided where to live. So these are the things that you need to decide. First, you have to decide where you are going to live, decide where to live, which type of rental, which is affordable for you. Am I good with high rise? Am I good with apartment, shared accommodation? Try to use all the various search methods to find your new home. Visit local police. Yeah, even that's a good idea, to go to the local police and see, is this a safer neighborhood? Decide how much you can afford on rental cost. Because the housing is a big crisis right now. Worldwide, global, as well as in Toronto, it is a huge crisis. So everyone is struggling to find an affordable housing. There's not many more available. Even if it's available, it's very high cost. So it's a struggle. So you really need to pay extra careful to find better apartment for you. Find out what rent includes, because here some of them doesn't include the utility. So you make sure you find out what rent includes. Always inspect an apartment before committing. Speak with your landlord. What I mean by this is like nowadays they do virtual tour about the apartments. It will look very nice, very sophisticated. Looks like the wall is fully painted, but when you go in person, you will see the cracks, holes, or maybe cockroaches. You never know, right? So always good to go in and inspect, take a look prior to you move in or signing the lease. Know your rights and responsibilities for sure. No worries. Yeah. So again, this the settlement.org /Ontario housing website gives you the same information with little more details for you. The next slides, some of the challenges that you will have. Of course, coming to a new country and studying is itself a big challenge. So commuting might be a little more challenge if you choose, because most of the downtown area or city area, it's more costly. But when you go a little further from the city, it's a little cheaper housing accommodations. But then if you choose that, you need to know some of the challenge of commuting 2 buses or 3 buses, or maybe for $3 for Toronto. But then if you live far away, maybe you have to use more tickets for traveling. Okay. And bill payment, you need to think about the bill payment, what's included, what's not included. Maharaj is going to go a little more details with that too, because that's coming in the upcoming slide. Some of the additional costs. Missing school announcement, it's really not big deal, because nowadays you have everything connected with your school ID and then other announcement. You might have more responsibility, like garbage putting your garbage out on a regular basis, things like that. So these are some of the challenges when you really have to think about or share challenges with your roommate that you really need to consider. Another slide, next slide, Mehraz. From here, I will pass it to Mehraz, who is the expert of the pretty good details about housing. There you go, Mehraz.
Thank you very much, Jaya. Thank you so much. And hi, everyone. Good afternoon. And thank you so much for joining us today on our topics about housing. And also after that, it's student safety and other topics. And I am going to continue with the next part after choosing the place that you want to live in or rent out. So the next steps after choosing your place will be a more formal part, like agreements, what is the responsibility, and before signing any papers, what do you need to consider? So there are some things very common here as a part of the agreement or the legal, the formal process of leasing a property. One is first and last check. If any landlords or property management ask for first and last check for the first months and the last months, don't get surprised. That's very normal. And normally it's part of the agreement. And however, they might ask for additional documents such as a credit record or a letter from the school or letter from the employer, and any references if you have any references from the previous place, like previous landlord, or from workplace or study place. They may ask for additional documents to make sure they receive the money on time and everything is okay. So that is very normal. However, I know and many people are aware that newcomers may not have some of those documents, such as credit score. So in case if any of those documents are not available, make sure to talk with the landlord and see what are the alternatives, what are the other options they may consider if you are not able to provide letter of employment, then see if they can accept any letter from the school or college. And if you are not able to provide credit score, what do they accept? Sometimes they may accept some type of guarantor, or it's always good to talk with them because it's a matter of trust. If they can trust, it's easier to make a deal. And other information they may ask for is the contact information, your contact information, or the reference contact information, such as email address, phone number, and if it's reference, they may ask for the address or your previous address as well. Post-dated check, that's the payment method. One of the very common way is post-dated check they may ask for. However, many newcomers have no check to provide. You can talk with the landlord and see what other options are available. If it's like email transfer or even cash, they may accept, but make sure to get a receipt or some type of proof when you make a payment, or especially when you pay in cash. Because just in case if anything happens, you have some type of proof. And at the end of the year, when you file your tax, that's part of the life in Canada. So everybody needs or supposed to file their tax. Even if you have no income, you need to file your taxes at the end of the year, and you can claim your rental as your costs, but you need to have some type of proofs. And then, as Jaya mentioned on the previous slides, utility bills, garbage disposal. Utility bills is important. That's another thing you need to make sure who is responsible for. Is it included or excluded? And how should you apply it? Do you need to register with the service provider or utility providers? And if it's a shared space, how it could be divided between people who are sharing a space, and make sure to pay it on time and don't pass the deadline. Garbage disposal is important as well. Each building, each different type of place might have different system. If it's a high-rise building, they have their own garbage room or garbage chute. But if you live in a house, there is another rule. They have a specific days for specific garbage or recyclables. And you just need to make sure to check with the landlord or with the property management to know all the details about these parts. Home repair, that's important as well, in case if anything happened that needs to be repaired, especially major things in the building, in a unit, like for example, washing machine or stove or piping system. If it has an issue, don't touch before calling your landlord. So most of the time it's a landlord responsibility, and they have to figure it out or call or contact the management of the building. So that's about home repair, but make sure to check the agreement as well and see how the process is, as well as a lease termination. That's important to know the rules and rights about that part, because if you have a long-term lease agreement, it means like more than a month, or it's 6 months or a year. At the end of the tenancy, you need to make sure, if you want to move out right at the end of the tenancy as your agreement, you need to make sure to give a notice 60 days. It means 2 months before the end of the agreement to your landlord that it shows your plan is moving out. And by this time, otherwise, if you don't provide that 60 days notice, then you are supposed to continue like months by months after the termination. And even after termination, if you can't want to continue, it's good to talk with the landlord first, and then again, anytime you want to stop the tenancy, give the notice 60 days before that specific day. And there is a formal form which is called N9, N as Nancy, and 9 is a number. If you Google it, you can find it. That's a very formal form to give a notice to the landlord. And you also can send an email to your landlord. Give some written thing. It's better to have something written and agree on that, and to make sure everything is okay with the landlord and both sides. Okay. And again, ask who is responsibility for utilities, which we already talked about. Average utility cost, it's good to know about, as well as other costs could be connected to your space, because it will be like your monthly cost, and it should be fit to your budget. So it's good to consider all those little parts before signing the contract and before signing any agreement, because you need to make sure everything is fit to your budget. The same as transportation fee, which would be every day. If you go to college or workplace every day, you have a daily based transportation fee. You have to consider all those costs. And also other bills like phone or cell phone or internet. Those are all like monthly base fees you need to consider in addition to your rental. Always take a picture of the units. Once you move to a new place, it's good to take a picture just in case if something happened, or if it was like anything happened regarding the building. It was from the beginning. You have some proof that shows it was there. And also at the end of the tenancy, it's really important to return the place the same way as the first day you got it, as clean as the first day you got it, and the same way and the same decorations. So many of us, after a while, we forget because we use our own furniture, we may forget how it looked at the beginning. So if we go back to the pictures, we can make the things the same way as it used to be at the beginning. Know about the rules. Most of the buildings and landlord will provide a copy of the rules of the building to the tenants. So make sure to read all the rules very carefully and be aware of that, because if anything is in the contract or in the rules that which you already signed, you need to make sure you are clear about that before signing that, because after signing, there is no excuse for saying you were not aware. So make sure know all the details about the rules and all the details about the agreement. If anything is not clear, talk with the landlord or the real estate agent and make sure it's clear enough, and then sign the papers. There are some rules such as making noise in the building, and that's really important to know about. Most of the buildings in the city, people are not allowed to have loud noise or party noise after 11 p.m. So after that, if it's loud noise in the building, the neighbors could complain or go to the concierge or even call the police if it's annoying. Ask about the conditions for canceling a lease. That's another thing. As long as you have the agreement, valid agreement, you are supposed to continue to the end of agreement. If you want to cancel it in between or in the middle, it might be some penalty fee, but in case if there is no way and you have to cancel anyway, talk with the landlord, see what are the options to avoid those penalty fee, or how can they help to avoid that penalty fee and cancel before the end of the tenancy. Otherwise, the notice is the formal process, giving the notice before the end of the tenancy based on your agreement, and then you are fine to move out without any additional fee. And in case if you cannot pay the rent, make sure to pay the rent on time. Normally, it's the beginning or in the middle of the month, which is set to pay the rental amount. And make sure it's you pay everything on time, because on the other side, the landlord or the management are planning for that money and may take legal action if it's late. In case if there is any issue that you cannot pay any rent once or twice or for whatever reason, talk with your landlord and see what are the options, or how flexible they can be to pay a little later or to divide it in different payments. Again, for utility bills, if you have a roommate, that's something between you and your roommate. You need to decide and agree on who is responsible and how much and how to divide. Collecting and returning deposit, we already talked about. Another thing could be really important is about permitting landlord to enter your space. In case of repairing or fixing something, landlord may need to enter the space, as well as some technical person from the building. Most of the time, they provide a type of notice, written or by phone, or in case of emergency, they may show up just without notice. But mostly the process is by giving the notice to the resident to be able to enter. And another reason to enter is to show the place to the next potential resident or tenant after closing to the end of the tenancy, they may need to show the space to the next person, and they may need to access to enter your space, your place, but again, they will give the notice, and that's a formal process to give a notice to the residents or tenants and then enter at that specific day or time. Know your rights, that's really important. Know your rights, be aware of your rights as a tenant, and read very carefully all the documents you sign before signing. And here you see a website. I'm going to show this website very quickly. And this is cleo.on.ca, which is a very informative website regarding legal matters in Ontario, as well as legal housing related legal matters. I'm going to show you the link very quickly, just a moment. So
this is Realtor.
Yes, I am going to change it. Oops. Sorry. So do you see Cleo
Yes,
now?
yes,
Okay,
yes,
good.
yes.
Thank you, Jaya. So here is the page, and I am going to the home page to show how it looks. Oops. Okay, here is the home page. If you go following the page, you see like it's sorted by the matters, like different matters are sorted here, as well as housing laws. If you go to housing, you see lots of different topics, as well as brochures, and some of those brochures are available in different language, more than English, French, English, or some popular other languages in the city. So you can go and see or even type or search your question and get your answers here with all the details regarding your rights and the legal part. This is very informative. It's not just for housing. Other matters in Toronto or Ontario could be, these websites could be helpful, especially for people who are working here and they need to know their rights as an employee or employer and employee rights. Those are all available here. Okay, I am going back to our slides. So Jaya, can you agree if you see our
Yes,
slides?
slides
Right?
are
Okay,
back.
thank
Slides are
you.
back.
Thank you. Okay, so the agreement is done. We already talked about all these matters: keeping the place clean and return it clean, tell the landlord of repairs if you need to repair something, the entry and notice, pay full rent on time. And the next part is about sharing a place. It could be a little different than a private place. So some rules are not applied, including that notice part. When you share a place with some other people or you have roommates, then that part does not apply to giving a notice to the landlord. You can do it more informal way. But however, you need to have the responsibilities set, who is responsible for what, and how is your share part, and regarding the bills, regarding using different common spaces, who is responsible for cleaning. These are something between you and those who you live in the same space with. Again, that websites we talked about could be helpful with more information regarding roommates. Moving out or in, that's important to consider something before moving out or moving in. Moving out, especially when you're moving out, as we discussed, clean the space, give it, return it to the landlord the same way as you got it. And to move in, you might need to to book a car or truck to take your bigger items or bigger furnitures, or sometimes just a friend with a car can be helpful. It's good to have some help with you if you have bigger furniture to take with you, and if there are some big furniture that needs a separate elevator. If you are going to a high-rise building, then you need to book the elevator through the management or building concierge. So make sure to book the elevator if you have big items to take with you. And then they will lock the elevator for you for specific date and time. And take some cleaning stuff and first aid stuff with you at the beginning. That could be helpful as well. When you are moving out, give the notice, 60 days notice. Again, I repeat it again, contact utility and some other service providers to stop it or transfer to your new address if you have phone, electricity, internet connected to your name to this current address. Change it or stop it, change it to your new address. Otherwise, you will get charged even after you move out. Redirect all your mails or address, if you have address attached to your files at bank or bank statement or your school or college or with your employer, as well as other service providers. Make sure to change it and redirect it to the new address. Take all the belongings and clean the unit. Make sure don't leave anything, even if it's a brand new things. Make sure the next person or the landlord needs this. Otherwise, it will consider as a trash and you need to take it with you. Return the keys, and if you have a deposit, you will get it back. If you have a deposit with the landlord as a key deposit, you will get it back when you return the key. There are some websites to check for a place to rent. So you can go to Toronto Rentals. That's about rental buildings in a city, which are apartments under a management company, and might be more affordable compared to condominium buildings. And there is a website, realtor.ca, that is a very, it's more professional and official website for real estate markets here in Toronto, and to find like it's for more private owners. Could be apartment, condominium, houses, different options are available there. Kijiji is another more casual or unofficial, another common way to check for space to rent, and rentals for newcomers as well. So all of those have the filter options. I'm going to quickly show one of those, and others should be similar. It's not that different. There is a, okay. They all have like filter options. I'm going to show Realtor. Jaya, can you confirm if you see that? Realtor.ca?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good, thanks. So here you see that's a real estate official website. So if you're looking for something in Toronto, for example, you choose the town or place you're looking for. Here is Toronto. And you see a filter option. Other websites have their own filter as well. So here, if you go to the filter, instead of sale, you choose rent, and then you set your maximum budget. I go with $2,000, and I don't filter anything more. So I just open it for other options. And you see here are all the options with maximum $2,000 rental fee. And based on which area you're looking for, you can focus on that part in a city and see what are the available options. And then contact the numbers or contact information which is provided or connected to the ads, and set a time to visit the unit and get some more information. That's how it works. Okay, I'm going back. I know we have very limited time. I'm trying to be very fast. This is a map. I am just going to explain. This is not very updated one, so please ignore the numbers you see on the map, because now this is for a few years back and now all these numbers are higher. But it can give you some idea about different part of the city and the difference in terms of rental amounts. So this map is based on subway station in a city. So you can consider as close as you are to the subway station, the rent could be a little higher compared to the other places in the town because of the accessibility and easier access to the facilities because of the subway access. However, if you see the purple part is downtown area, and it looks higher amount compared to the other parts. So as close as you are to downtown, or close to subway station, or close to Yonge Street, which is the line starts from Finch in the north all the way to Union, you see higher rates. So this gives just a kind of idea about the difference based on different neighborhoods. And these are some more websites which could be helpful. 211 Toronto, student housing, Ontario House Students Housing.ca. Those are helpful. Settlement.org is another very informative website which could be used by students or newcomers. I am going to finish here. Here are our contact information. If you have any question, please feel free to contact us directly. We have our email and phone numbers available, so please feel free to contact us if you have any question. So, okay, I'm done with this part. And as Jaya mentioned, we will be at the school tomorrow and on Thursdays, the same time. If anybody wants to reach out, please feel free. The next topic will be on student safety, and I'm going to pass it to Lube and Abinaya. They will continue with that topic. Thank you very much, Lube. I'm going to share the PowerPoint with you.
Thank you, Mehrez.
Thank you. Let me see if I have that. Keeping the students safe. Yes, that's the one. So do you have the screen?
Yeah.
Yes. The other topic? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and let me make it. Okay.
Thank you. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lu Bai. I'm a financial literacy and financial empowerment program worker at Niche. Today, my coworker Abinia and I are going to talk about fraud and scam. Talk about how to avoid scams and fraud, how to protect your identity, and what are you going to do if you are facing emergency issues. Next slide. Thank you. Yeah. Before starting my part, I want to ask one question. Can you guess how much money did people in Canada lose to fraud and scam from January to July in 2022? The answer is 284 million, only a half year. It's a lot. So please take fraud and scam seriously, because it might be possible happen around you. So what are scams? Online scams are intended to manipulate or trick people into giving away their personal or financial details or money. Some people might have a question: what's the relationship or difference between scams and fraud? A scam becomes fraud when a scammer gets someone's personal or financial details and use this information for their own gain or receive money from their target victims. Please be aware that fraud is a criminal offense. Next, thank you. Yeah. Now let's walk through the different type of scams. Phishing scam is a type of online scam by sending target consumers an email that appears to be from a well-known service provider, such as a bank or a mortgage company. It asks the consumer to provide their personal information. And the next one is lottery scam. I know most people have dreamed about winning lottery, but unfortunately, fraudsters use this opportunity to prey on people. This is commonly referred to as a lottery scam. Usually, the fraudster contact potential victims to tell them that they have won a lottery, but they need to prepay taxes, legal or registration fees to claim on their winnings. Fraudsters can contact victims over the phone, email, mail, text message, or even through social media. Marketing fraud is an illegal practice that makes false or misleading promotional claims for financial gains. For example, exaggerating the quality of a product or service in advertising, or selling fake items as the genuine products. Relative in travel scam is easier to understand. Someone contact you saying a family member of a close friend of you need money to get out of the trouble. A debit and credit card fraud is when someone steals your personal identification number and your credit card or debit card information and use this information without your permission to withdraw cash or making purchase in stores or online. Identity thief occurs when someone uses another person's personal information, like their name, identification number, or credit card number without their permission to claim fraud or other crimes. And many, many scam and frauds attempt to intimidate government services such as CRA or Service Canada in order to get access to your personal financial account or your information. Next slide. Thank you. Yes. Here is a top of 10 frauds affecting Canadians based on number of reporting in 2020. We can see the top 3 fraud are extortion fraud, identity fraud, and personal information fraud. Next slide. Thank you. Yeah. Like I introduced, the people who do scams and frauds are called scammers and fraudsters, and they are always looking for opportunities to strike at their potential victims. And now they have a new opportunity, which is COVID-19. Next slide. Thank you. Yes. In the first 6 months after the COVID-19, Canadians have lost 1.2 million due to the COVID-19 scams. And one common scam is the victim receive message telling them they have been exposed to someone who has tested positive and asking them to fill out a form. When the user click the form and it affects their computer with a Trojan, which is a kind of computer virus. So please do not open any documents or form from a person you are not sure. Next, thank you. Next is how to identify fraud and scam. If you don't know the person who is calling or you didn't initiate the call, just hang up. Please be aware there is nothing free, so do not believe if agencies call you to inform you of free masks, etc. Do not open any suspicious emails or click on any attachment links that you are not sure of. No government agency such as CRA or Service Ontario will call you to threaten you or give away any benefits. Public Health or WHO will never call to sell you a list of COVID-19 affected patients near your residence. And do not give your personal details over the phone to strangers. And don't be pressured into making a donation if it is an unauthorized and fraudulent charity requiring money. And here is a link. You can check with the link to verify the charity is registered or not. Next, thank you. What to do if you are a victim? Gather all the information about the fraud, the date, the time, any details you can recall and about the fraudster, and call your bank and police. Call the Credit Bureau and contact the Canadian Anti-Fraud Center. Please be aware whether you have been scammed or targeted by a fraudster. You should always report it. Contact the Canadian Anti-Fraud Center or the Competition Bureau for advice on where to report. And next, I'm going to pass to my co-worker, Abinia, to finish the rest of our presentation.
Thank you, Lou. Thank you so much. So, protecting your identity, you must protect your social insurance number, store documents with your SIN in a safe place. So, as you know, you would all have a SIN number given to you. A lot of misconception with newcomers is that SIN is also like an identification. It's not, so you should always keep it in a safe place. It should be only given to your employer or if any government agencies request for it or financial institutions. You might notice that sometimes when you're filling out forms for any financial institutions, it always gives an optional like, you know, it says you have the option to give the SIN number or not. So you have the choice. It's not a must. Keep other important documents like passports, immigration paperwork in a safe place. Check your bank and credit card statements regularly for strange activities. If you lose your wallet, cancel your credit cards and report the loss of your identification immediately. If in any case you lose your driver's license or health card, you can contact Service Ontario or you can contact Service Canada if you find out that you had lost or your SIN number has been stolen. So cybersecurity, use strong passwords on your computer, phone, and tablet. Use antivirus software on your computer. Do not share your passwords or personal information, information number, which is the PIN number, with anyone. Always log off websites when using public computers. Do not click on attachments or links in emails from unknown senders. Check the privacy settings on your social media accounts and do not share personal information. You would have noticed in recent times, many, cyber issues when it comes to social media platforms. I notice a lot of like Instagram and Facebook frauds happening, where you will get like a message saying, oh, click on this message or click on this link, or something about join, add as a friend or click on this link if you want to make some money. So a lot of different scams. You just have to make, and the minute you click on that link, what happens is your your phone gets hacked and you lose all your profile. So if you have passwords saved on your phone, those could be taken from you too. So always make sure you check your settings, privacy settings on your social media platforms, and keep your passwords very safe. So safety on the street, walk with a purpose, avoid isolated areas such as parking lots, garages, and alleyways. Stick to well-lit, high-traffic areas. Keep a distance. Don't let people get too close. Dress so you can move with ease. Pack light. take only what you need. If you feel like you're being followed by a person, try to switch direction or cross the street, walk toward an open store, lighted house, or an area with other people, yell for help. Being followed by a car, if you feel like a car is following you, you can slow down or do the same thing, like, try to go to an area where there are people around you that can help out or, get you some help. Tell others where you're going. This is something very important for newcomers like yourself because you are living here alone or with a roommate, not with a family. So it's extremely important to always let maybe a roommate or a friend know, this is my schedule for today. I should be back by this time. If not, they can check on you. Talking on the phone, if you must talk on the phone while walking, don't get lost in the conversation. Obviously, there would be times where you have to use the phone while you're walking home or walking to school or anywhere. So always just make sure that you're still alert with what's happening around you. I would say this would apply to phone as well as if you have like headphones and you're listening to music as well. So emergency services that we have. So any life-threatening emergency, you call 911. Any non-life-threatening emergency, there's police, emergency, and walk-in clinics that's available. So what's in a 911 emergency? When a life is in danger or persons or property are under imminent threat. So for example, in an event of a fire, or if a crime is in progress, or a serious crime has occurred and the suspect may still be in the area or is likely to return to the scene of crime. Suspicious circumstances indicates that a crime is about to be committed or has just been committed. So these are some situations where you should be calling 911. And when you do call, then try to remain calm and speak clearly. If you request for an interpreter, if you're not able to communicate in English or French, you will be able to get someone who can speak your language. You can request for that. State what type of services is required. So you have to mention what services you're looking for. So police, if you need the police, or if you have a medical emergency, it's an ambulance. And then if there's a fire, then you have the fire truck come. Explain the situation to them on the phone and provide your exact address, including your postal code. Give your name, address, and telephone number. And obviously, they will ask you questions on obviously a 911 emergency. You can't like try to remember all of this and make sure that you are doing all of it at the same time. So obviously when you mention what's the reason you called for, they will ask you the questions. You just have to make sure you answer very clearly, and so that way you will get the help as soon as possible. So report the incident to the police as soon as possible. So in a case of an emergency, you have to call 911. To report a crime that is not an emergency, you will call this number. To report a crime anonymously, you can call Crime Stoppers. So if you wish not to share your information, like your name or your address or whatever, there's a number for that as well. One thing we'd like to mention is, if you feel like you're not sure if this is an emergency situation or a non-emergency situation, I would say just call 911 anyway. And obviously, they'll be able to help you out. They'll let you know this is not something that's we work with, so call this number. So don't feel don't feel bad that, oh, okay, I'm not sure which number to call. So these are just some helplines that are available. So, for example, there's a crisis line for mental health services, or for lesbian, gay, bi, trans youth line, a phone line for that, or for assaulted women's helpline, there's a phone number for women who have experienced abuse. So these are some numbers that are specifically working with like different situations. So if you want, you can take a picture of this, or it can be shared to you on if you request for it. So that's all for today. Thank you for your time, and I will pass it on to my colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you all. So yes, I believe it's time to do the wrapping. Thank you all for joining. Thanks, our wonderful International Student Connect team. Thank you all. What I would like to wrap up is like that, even though we are talking about cybercrime attack, 911 number, Abhinaya nicely said that do not hesitate to call 911. Don't feel bad to call 911. But remember, Canada is a safe country comparing to many other countries. It is still a wonderful, safe country to be here. But here and there, we are really hearing unfortunate events. And then especially those people, people who are doing the crime, or people, are really targeting the newcomers, targeting seniors, newcomers, international students. So that's why it's always to very good and cautious, to be cautious, so that you don't get into these cracks. So don't feel bad. I know this will be the end of your session today during the orientation session. Go home. Welcome to Canada. Go home with a happy feeling that you are in a good country, which have many resources. And we all, as a team, would like to wish you all a good start of your education year. And our team is coming Wednesday and Thursday to do in-campus session. So hope to see some of you all in person. Anything else? If my team wants to share, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jaya, and everyone. Thank you all for joining us today, and hope everyone have a great rest of the day.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sign off.
Okay, I would like to thank you, Jaya, and the team. So that's a wrap today. Thank you so much for attending and participating throughout the event. Hope you enjoyed, learned, and clarified all your concerns you had today. Hope to see you all once classes starts, and good luck. Welcome again to Lambton College, Toronto.
Sign off. Let us know whether everything is okay, so we can end the session. Or that she.
I think we're good to leave.